see for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself. Open your eyes.
As children, we learn the true meaning of being a hero. Being a hero requires great sacrifice for others, not just ourselves. We learn about the heroes of Jamaica's past and how much of themselves and their lives they had to give in building a nation we should be proud to call home. They believed in a Jamaica that was more than just a country, more than just an island, more than land surrounded by water. They believed in a dream of a free nation of people, a nation built on the foundation of their sacrifices, a nation of many people working as one, a nation that would continue to produce legends and nation builders that serve towards that vision. As children, we were also taught the national pledge, a solemn promise, an undertaking. I would like to believe Sir Hugh Sherlock, while writing this pledge, understood the vision and dreams of our heroes. It's clear being a hero is too much to ever ask any one citizen. Luckily, the pledge does not require heroics of any of us. It merely asks that we honor our heroes by striving to advance our nation and ultimately inspire the world, like they and many Jamaicans have done. It's important we remember those words. These words. Before God and all mankind, I pledge the love and loyalty of my heart, the wisdom and courage of my mind, the strength and vigor of my body in service of my fellow citizens. I promise to stand up for justice, brotherhood and peace, to work diligently and creatively, to think generously and honestly, so that Jamaica may, under God, increase in beauty, fellowship and prosperity, and play her part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race. If you are like me, a Jamaican born and raised on this land, maybe you will remember saying those words, singing that song in a classroom or some general assembly. If so, like me, you made a pledge. Somehow it seems like many of us have forgotten that. The crime and violence, the indiscipline and short-sightedness, the corruption, the lack of respect for beautiful lands we are blessed with, and the waters that surround and nurtures us. We have to do better. Let us honor our heroes so that they would not have sacrificed so much in vain. I hope this video can make a difference to even one soul. If so, it would all be worth it. If you feel the way I do, share it. May my voice become yours. Thanks for watching.
Most High Jah, guide us now, yeah. Our people need to see the light. Turn it up right. We will fight for the people every day. Risk of life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you say, we'll fight for the people every day. Risk of life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you say, from himself up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bug of them not wise like him. They not ties on him. You know say that the people rely on him. You know say they bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people never respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. Rock you on the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in the army. No simpleton can disarm we. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Criticize for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you say, we'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you say, how long them a know say that them fire can't cool? How long them a go take our people for food? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Think them up the handle, but the most I rule. They better stop criticizing. Cause what them a do now face him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them a the one who crazy. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you say. We'll fight for the people every day.
Family. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan at Rattigan University. The provost.
Wait, we lose your mic a while ago. Come
Mic
again.
check. Mic check.
Ah, there you are.
Yes. You hear the beginning, right? Yeah? No?
Yeah, man, you're good. You're good to go.
All right, people.
No, you can start over.
Start over. Okay. Take two. Family, welcome to Reason with Rattigan at Rattigan University. The provost, yours truly, and the adjunct professor, DJ Kevin Stew, are here to ensure that you're informed, inspired, and educated. Our collective hearts are heavy as a result of Melissa and the aftermath. We continue to beseech the Almighty for his mercy, grace, and blessings. And today we come together as Jamaicans and friends of Jamaica with the single goal of providing comprehensive assistance to our people who are facing severe challenges. We will spend time today throughout the program, discussing the various ways to help our people. This is one program, family, that I'm excited to do, and I'm also depressed at the same time. I'm excited because we want to share the information that we've gathered, but I'm depressed because it's not a good time. It's not a good time in Jamaica. We've all been touched one way or the other, directly or indirectly. And now is the time for us to roll up our sleeves and treat each other the way, in a weird way, the way Melissa treated Jamaica. When Melissa hit Jamaica, Melissa didn't look for a particular constituency or a political party enclave or anything like that. Melissa just hit Jamaica. And so my plea to all of you today is let's put our differences aside. There'll be plenty of time for us to come back and deal with the differences. But today we are all Jamaicans. We were all born as Jamaicans or friends of Jamaica. Well, we developed the friendship over the years for those who they don't have Jamaican citizenship. But for this period, we're all Jamaicans. And we're going to treat the situation as such. So we'll get to that today. In fact, we were planning to do one segment on Melissa, but we've been getting a lot of phone calls and a lot of people want to come on to talk about things that they are doing to help Jamaica and also to give us status report of what's going on the ground. So we're going to spend most of the program today talking about Melissa and the aftermath. In addition to which, we're going to be talking about the Global Diaspora Council because they're having an election and registration is underway. So we're going to show you the website, show you how to go on and how to register to vote. And if you want to nominate me or somebody else, yourself included, you can go on and do that. And some people may ask, well, what does, why are we talking about the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council? And you're going to see the connection because there's some of us who are desperately trying to make to make the organization better suited for diaspora members to help themselves and to help those of you in Jamaica. This could have been, and it has a potential to be, an outstanding organization. But right now, it is not. You can't hear me, Kevin, because I see where Petra said.
Loud and clear. Loud and clear.
All right. And so there is a connection there, people. There's a connection there. If we had a 501c3 Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, we could streamline we could harness and streamline a tremendous amount of assistance to Jamaica. But that's not the case, and we're going to talk about fixing that problem. But we're not going to, like I said, most of the time we're going to spend talking about how we can help Jamaica. We're not going to be talking about, the differences. And we'll also explain, because when I say explain, there have been lots of talk about the CAT bond, the catastrophe bond. And I don't think some of the people talking about it have a full understanding about the history and the implementation of that bond and the context of that bond. We did a program last year. Kevin, you will remember, we did a program last year on this same issue after Beryl. We did a whole program. We talked about the bond itself, the history of the bond. We talked about whether or not the bond was value for money. We talked about the whole thing. And I think we're going to show you a clip of it today. But then we're also going to relabel it, so to speak, and push it out there. So those of you who need to have a sense of what's going on with the CAT bond, you'll be able to get some more information. Like I said, there is information out there, but in the main, I don't think it's enough for people to fully understand what it means to have a cat bond. Now, in light of the recent history of procurement and Melissa, procurement in the past and Melissa this week, we are going to look at procurement issues through the lens of the Integrity Commission and its recent investigation of Minister Tufton, his friend, Ms. McDonough, her company, Market Me, and the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and some other people and entities. Remember last week we said that this topic, the procurement issue regarding these people I just mentioned and entities I just mentioned, that it's going to last several weeks. And believe me, I spent a great deal of time this week doing the research, talking to people, and it cannot be done in one segment. But again, here's why it's significant. And here's why it's germane, why it's pertinent to what we're talking about. The Jamaican government is now going to give out a whole bunch of contracts to people to provide services and to provide equipment and materials and a whole bunch of things. And so you need to know what it means when we say procurement and the various forms of procurement. Because here's the thing, people, what we need to do at this point. Well, let me tell you what we shouldn't do. We shouldn't wait until after the money is spent and then somebody say, oh, but they didn't spend the money in the right way. They gave it to this person. It was an overcharge at this, and you start complaining. We have to be proactive. And now the money is going to be spent, so we have to be on top of it. Hey, I'm the kind of person, I give credit where credit is due. The government came out and nobody can say, Kevin, and I think you'll agree with me, nobody can say that the government didn't inform the public. I mean, they were having 2 to 3 press conferences a day. Let's give credit where credit is due. They did that. Believe me, there are some things that they didn't do, but I'm not going to take away from what they did, diminish it. No, we have time. We can talk about that later on, right? Now what we have to do is support each other. And when I say support each other, I mean really support each other. If you have, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that we had the CG, the Consul General, Oliver Mayer, out of Miami. We had him on our program this past Wednesday. And he came on. He came on for one purpose only, and that was to tell us what he was doing, his office was doing, in terms of galvanizing people, collecting resources, and transporting them to Jamaica, and getting them to the places that need those resources the most. So he came on and he talked about that. And I have notes here from his interview. He mentioned that you can volunteer your time, and he mentioned two agencies, two independent charitable organizations, Food for the Poor and Global Empowerment Mission, GEM. And he said one is GEM is based in, I think, Doral, Florida, and Food for the Poor is based out of Coconut Creek. So that's one. He said you can volunteer your time. You can go to these organizations and just help. Right. Manpower, right? The elbow grease, just help move stuff around. 2, he said you could do a monetary contribution, and he mentioned the government. And Kevin, a lot of people in the chat started, no, we now send the money to the government. But then he said, look, there's a third way, and the third way is you can make your contributions to relief organizations. So he said there are 3 ways you can do it. He said, I'm not here telling you. Hold on, somebody said that low. He said, I'm not here. Okay. He said, I'm not here telling you, to make a choice for you. All I'm telling you is that there are 3 ways we need your help. Jamaica and Jamaicans need your help. So help in whichever fashion you can. And so that's what we're going to be doing today. As we said, the thing about the procurement with the Minister Tufton. That's going to last several shows. We're going to do a little bit on him today. Investigative reporter ZAHRA Burton will join us in our last hour. And we'll talk about that. Now, Kevin, I have something to show you. You know, Prime Minister Holness and Foreign Minister, my favorite minister, Johnson Smith, they were recently taught a lesson in big boy politics, or big boys geopolitics. And that has to do with Venezuela people. Did you see the news on that? No, let's go back a little bit. Remember, Venezuela started selling oil to Jamaica, and they had a unique payment plan. They said, listen, Jamaica, we understand that you're a developing country and you don't have the money up front. So here's what we'll do. We will sell you oil at market price, but the payment structure is going to be unique. Hasn't been done with any other country. And what it called for was 80% of the oil would be financed by Venezuela. And they said, we're also going to give you, Jamaica, 2 years to start paying back that money. That is something. I hope you can hear me now, louder. Just for phone, said I'm low.
That's something on her side, because you're well loud. You're well loud on the radio side too. In fact, you're peaking on the radio side.
Okay. So what happened? Venezuela gave us a sweet payment, put us on a sweet payment plan, something that they didn't do for anybody else. And then I think they had a facility built in Jamaica, of course, with the Jamaican government. And the Jamaican government took over that facility. And I think they're in court right now because we owe the Venezuelans some money. And as you know, Venezuela is facing the barrel of a gun right now. But they found it within their hearts. And also, I think it's a little bit of politicking too, Kevin. They found it to send supplies to Jamaica. They were one of the first to send supplies to Jamaica, tons of supplies to Jamaica. So here's what's going to happen now. We haven't heard from our Prime Minister as far as leading CARICOM in this geopolitical situation is concerned with the US and Venezuela. We need him to take a stand. And the Venezuelans are now basically forcing him to take a stand, because here's what's going to happen. And I'm breaking it down in simple terms, if Jamaica should say, well, we're going to support the US, pretty much like what Trinidad did. I'm sure the people in Jamaica is going to say this is ungrateful, because look, they gave us oil when nobody, they sold us oil with a sweet payment deal when nobody else would. We took over their plans. We took over the plan completely, and now we owe them money for that. And yet they still send us supplies to help our people, and they're suffering. Their own people are suffering, and they send us supplies. So the Jamaican people are going to have something to say about that. And if the Prime Minister should ever choose to say he's going to support Venezuela, I can tell him one thing for sure: pack your bags, Mr. Prime Minister, and just go to the airport and just wait for that plane to come for you, because you are going to face some difficult times. I can tell you that. So people, you see where he's between a rock and a hard place, and Venezuela just pushed him right there. And it's time for him to get off the fence. If you support the U.S. posture, then say so. Come out and say so. And if you support the Venezuelan position, then come out and say so. But he's leading CARICOM, but he's not leading on this issue. He's leading from way behind. And we just need to know if he's going, if he's going to make a decision. Because he can't straddle the fence for long, because I can tell you this, the US government is going to have him make a decision. That's right, OT, conundrum. It's a tough one. So I just wanted to, we had a video, but we don't have to play the video, Kevin. We had a video of the Venezuelan supplies being delivered in Jamaica. All right, folks. And Ramon Poo, you're right. And also drum up regional support. That's exactly why they're doing it. Because if you think about it, if the US wasn't in the Caribbean, I don't know. I don't know if they would do it. I don't know if they would do it. Because if you think about it, Jamaica owes Venezuela money. And Jamaica destroyed the relationship. So they could say, well, we're not sending him anything. So you're right. They could be doing to drum up regional support. But it's done. And so now we're going to see what the Prime Minister is going to do. Welcome to Big Boy Politics, Mr. Prime Minister. Can't hide no more. Can't hide no longer. And you and Minister Kamina Johnson Smith, stand by for more. Kevin, we could just look on today's segments. I could put this up, folks. All right, there you go. Yes, shaping civic minds for a better tomorrow, and hopefully we'll get to that. We'll get some time today, folks, where I want to show you how laws are put into effect in Jamaica, and we're going to do it through the lens of the investigation, the Integrity Commission's investigation against Minister Tufton and others. We're going to show you, because a lot of you, and I at one point I thought so too. A lot of you probably believe that, hey, a law comes into effect when the Governor General signs off. Some of us used to think that the law would come into effect when the Parliament passed the bill or when the Attorney General viewed the bill. But I'm going to show you something today, and it's all civics. You're going to walk away today saying, okay, no, I know, no, I understand, if you didn't. So, shaping civics minds for a better tomorrow. Turn a blind eye to corruption and use sight in your other eye. Indeed. And now is the time that we can't turn a blind eye. We cannot, because lives are at stake right now. This is not just taking money, putting in your pocket and buy a big house in Miami. This is taking money that should go to people who are suffering, really, really suffering. We can't allow that to happen. Here's the syllabus, the aftermath, the future of the global Jamaica diaspora, and the procurement issues. And believe me, they're all related.
Yes.
There you go. The provost. Make sure the educational programs are in order. And then we have the adjunct professor himself, Kevin, where you there? Still. And the lecturers today, we have ZAHRA Burton. We have Patrick Beckford, former member of the Diaspora Advisory Board. We have Lincoln, Mr. President, a.k.a. Prezi, or I should say Lincoln, a.k.a. Mr. President, a.k.a. Prezi Lewis, a diaspora entrepreneur. Most of you would have known Prezi from his presence on the program. He was a regular here, but then, Prezi get rich and, no, I shouldn't say that. Prezi just got busy. Prezi got busy, and so, yeah, he wouldn't, and so from, he's now doing cameos, we should say, on the program, because he just doesn't have the time, and we understand. Kevin.
As usual, you all are encouraged to be a part of the broadcast and acknowledge the engagement norms. Be active listeners and be open-minded as we're actively listening. We're trying to use the time as effectively as possible, so we encourage you to be present. We can drift off from time to time, and that's easy to do. But we definitely want to, for the most part, be present so that when we contribute, we do so from a constructive standpoint. And those that are listening to the contributions or reading them can help to celebrate that contribution. Now, if you're coming from way out of the next field, then collectively we should be able to, with love, encourage you to move on over to this field and leave that alone, whatever it is that you're trying to be distracting with, because this is not the platform or the place for that kind of distraction. And if you continue along that line, well, there are a few people in here with some little tools beside their name, like a wrench thing. They're quick to go time out, and in some cases, kick. So be mindful of that. That's why we have them. We have moderators here for that very purpose. So be mindful of that. And I can't beg for everybody, and I won't. Also, we want you, most of all, to enjoy the experience. enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. There are times in the broadcast where it is going to be heart wrenching because it's that kind of a week. We have gone through a major storm this week in the in Jamaica, and it leaves people who are Jamaicans and Jamaicans at heart pretty much heartbroken. So, as we are being a part of this broadcast, there are some people that will be speaking from an emotional state. They're angry, some of them. Just be mindful of that when we're responding, yeah? And that pretty much sums up what we always encourage in our engagement norms each week. Provost.
Thank you, Professor. Let me just say that you're going to hear a lot of things today, and we have to put in the disclaimer from Reggae Global Radio. The opinions that you hear today you can attribute them because they belong to the individual presenters, so you attribute them to the individual presenters only, and are neither endorsed nor promoted by Reggae Global Radio or the host. Let me see what else we have here. When the mind is blind, the eyes don't see. That is so true. When the mind is blind, the eyes don't see. Or when you have blockage in the brain, maybe we could have rephrased that, Kevin. So when you have blockage in the brain, then you can't see. Because, right, it's like, and when we say you can't see, meaning you see, but you really don't understand what you're seeing, So
You're looking, but you're not seeing.
you're looking, it's almost like you're hearing, but you're not listening, So,
Yeah.
yeah. All right, let me see this other one. Okay, we can switch this one over. Okay, all right, fine. I'm going to move that. Now, I want to put up something here, folks. It's something I saw on a building. You just move it, Kevin, the pink one.
Oh.
No, my screen is...
Look at you going blank. All right, we can fix that. The Rebel will be back. Will be back with us shortly. Let me just fill this space with a little chit chat and banter. All right, so as I bring back Rebel, the provost, people, one of the things that is going to be happening a lot, we have already seen it happening already, is a lot of videos going around. There are a lot of videos going around. Be mindful of AI generated videos.
Speaking of which,
yes.
Go ahead. Now, I was going to say, speaking of AI videos, dear listener asked us to put up the one with the lady.
The flag again?
Yes, please.
Yeah, that's it's the one beside that one that you're on now, to the right of it.
Okay. Yeah. All right, here it is. Let me just play this one there. Right. Yeah, very touching. That's AI generated. So, like Kevin was explaining to me this morning, that we don't want people to think that it's a real video. It's AI generated, but we want you to focus on the message. And the message there, unity.
Yes.
That's what the message. Let me throw up that one there, Kevin. This one. All right. No, as I said, I was in a certain town in Maryland, and saw this on the side of a building, and it resonated with me. I just want to share it with you. You know, you know that the popular saying, it says, "Lord, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change," and so on and so forth. This is a spin. This is a take on that. Here it is. I am no longer accepting the things I cannot change. I'm changing the things I cannot accept. Take a few seconds and digest that, people.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that change starts here. Starts here. That's where that change starts. So for all of us who say, "Well, so the thing said me can't change it," you're doomed for destruction if that's the way you think. What this is saying, get up off your duff and do something to change that which is affecting you. You can't just accept it. Can't just accept it. And yeah, I saw that on the side of a building and decided that would just throw it in for good measure. For deep.
I want to tell you, somebody had sent me one this morning that says, "How we walk with the broken speaks louder than how we sit with the great."
Indeed.
In this time, when you look at all of Western Jamaica, anywhere from Clarendon go west, you look at Jamaica, these people are all broken because of this storm. Yeah, there are some things that have happened on the east side of the country. Some flooding, some trees fall down, some power lost. Yeah. But the majority of the destruction is on the west side of the country.
Yeah.
When you see people going to buildings that have food, that have water, any kind of drinkable liquid, and then they're just pulling it out, distributing it amongst other people in the community.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's illegal, but you have to ask the question: the person that steals to feed a family versus the person that steals for entertainment, where's the crime?
Mm-hmm.
So these are the things that we need to be considering too as we look at some of these things that is happening, and being mindful of those that are around us. Keep these things in mind. As
And
if
Kevin,
somebody else that you know that is listening went to Annapolis.
right? I see Jaws. Is it Jaws? Yeah, Jaws on West Street. And okay, so people in seminar line. Jaws, big up yourself. Jaws, if you are in Annapolis, it means, it can only mean one thing. It means several things, but one thing is that you live in Maryland, because generally people don't even go by that side, So you're not a tourist. So Jaws, big up yourself. So people from the think I lie, Jaws can confirm that this is on a building in Annapolis. Let me remove it. All right. As usual, I will return after DJ Kevin Stew at 10 on Reggae Global Radio tonight. So we go to 8 o'clock, this program, then DJ Kevin Stew will take over. He will go until 10, and then I will return and go from 10 until midnight. Now, tonight's entertainment is a beautiful selection of reggae, including songs done by singers from Hawaii and the UK. You can't miss it, people. And to add to the mellow beat, we have some Afro beats in store for you. So join us for a deserved break from the depression and the devastation around us. Easy Like Sunday, that program, Sunday program. Hurricane Melissa has thrown a wrench in our plans. However, it's nothing we can't handle. So stay tuned for information regarding our next program. We were supposed to have Jammies on for the 40th anniversary of the Slington Rhythm, but of course, there are priorities, so we have to take a back seat. But that's fine. We can deal with that. Come Reason with Rattigan. That's our Wednesday night program. Hurricane Melissa was the topic, and it was one of those programs, as I said tonight about this program, that it was one of those programs that you feel good about doing, but bad because of the subject matter. And I mean, you know what I mean. Big thanks to you, our supporters, for showing up on Wednesday. Big thanks to the guests, and of course, big thanks to Kevin Don't Laugh, producer OT.
Listen, you know OT doing the work, you know she put it in the work.
You know why? OT?
OT.
And like I said, thanks to all of you for your support, financial, moral, and otherwise. And again, prayers for those affected by the hurricane. Now it's time for us to roll up our sleeves and build Jamaica to a different level. Let's improve on what we had. Prayers up for Papa Trevor, Ma Jean, Bonnie Jump, Joanna Marie, Mrs. Nelson, Bobby D'Souza, Mr. Baxter, Sassy Diva, Raleigh, get well soon, brethren. Lakaleka, likewise. And, of course, our brethren in the UK, Roland. And big up the production crew, the significant crew there. When I call no name, but them know themselves. And, of course, producer Joan, big up yourself, big up yourself, big up yourself. All right. Kevin, we have 9 minutes before we get them on. Is there something you want to touch on before? Oh, you want to touch on the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council registration? Can pull that up so we can show the folks what they need to do, please?
Okay, sure.
Oh no, let me show this one now. In light of what's going to happen, remember I tell you, procurement, big money contracts going on, right? And we have a history of this thing. And I mean, it would be disingenuous for me to come on today and just talk about we're going to help, and talk about all good things, nice things. We have to remind people about the ugly side of assistance, and that is corruption. And I want you to look at this. You can't get rich in politics unless you're a crook. Just keep that in mind, because we will see who will go buy the Beamer and the Benz and buy the boat in Miami, and all. We will see. So people, we need to keep our eyes open. We need to have accountability from the get-go. We can't do it 2 years from now and say, oh, the money they spend there. Because here's what's going to happen. They're going to try and sweep it under the rug, and then it's forgotten. Just like what happened with the drill. We haven't forgotten the drill. We're going to come back to the drill. Just like what happened with the buses, the buses where are sick. We are sick. The children picking them, I bleed through them nose and I faint and all kinds of things are going on. But we haven't forgotten them, Minister Vaz. We are going to come back. But again, we have prioritized things around here. And so we're going to deal with Melissa. But people, I want you to just keep an eye on this. And believe me, some of you might say, well, why keep on a talk about this? Why keep on a talk about this? And you know why? Because people keep on a suffer. People keep on a suffer. People keep on a suffer. And people refuse to speak. People refuse to speak. People refuse to speak.
Right.
So we have to keep talking about it and remind people. And if we get one soul at a time, one person at a time to say, yes, what you're saying is true. And we're going to add our 2 cents to it. We're going to put our effort into it to make sure that these things, we get them to a manageable level. You cannot get rid of crime. You cannot. Anybody who tell you they can get rid of crime to zero, they're lying to you. But you can get it to a manageable level. And that's what we're striving for, to get it to a level where, we can manage it. In fact, in some countries, Kevin, they have something called a crime management unit. because they realize that you cannot get rid of crime. You cannot. But you can focus on it and minimize it. And that's what this is about. You can't get rich in politics unless you're a crook. If you approach the politicians with this in mind, especially now that money is flowing, you have to have a good start. The thing with the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, if we can get that up so we can show people. We have that? Yes? No? Maybe?
Yes, we do. So that's
yeah, this is it. Folks, remember, here's what we're gonna do. We're showing you this right now. It's www, it's in red. Let me make it bigger. See it right there. www.connectme. Screenshot it, do whatever you want to do, but remember, capture it. www.connectmeja.com. That is the website you're going to go to register to vote. You can do two things there right now. You can register to vote and you can nominate someone. I would love all on to nominate me, because I later on I'll tell you what they're doing, because I am running. I'm declaring my candidacy, and I'm going to tell you what they start with this playing of games. They started with it already, and we can't make them win. We cannot make them win. There's too much at stake. So you need to go there, and you need to, at the very least, register to vote. The only thing you're going to need is an ID, driver's license, passport, whatever. If you're going to vote for me, you have to live in the Northeast. So if you live anywhere from Vermont up north to Virginia south, anywhere in there, I think it's 17 states. Vermont, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Delaware, Pennsylvania, DC, Maryland, Virginia, and there are a few others. If you live in any one of those states, you can vote for Rattigan. And I'm going to tell you later on why you should vote for Rattigan. And I'm also going to tell you why you shouldn't vote for Rattigan. Simple balance, fair and balance. I'm going to tell you why you should vote for me, and I'm going to tell you why you shouldn't vote for me. And then you decide what you want to do. But here's what we're going to do. At some point during today's broadcast, we're going to take a break. We're going to get to that point, and we're going to notify you. And we're going to take a 10-minute break. And we're going to ask you to go and register. That's what we're going to ask you to do. Because you know how our people are. We say register, and them say, yeah, me do it tomorrow. I'm guilty of the same thing too. And they say, we'll do it tomorrow. And then tomorrow turns into the day after, the day after, the day after. We want to make sure that you register. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. In fact, Kevin, can we get to the website? Can just show them, to kind of prepare them?
yeah, it's right beside it.
This one here, huh? Okay, all right. Oh, here it is, folks. So when you go to the website, when you click on the www.connectmeja.com, this is what's going to come up. And as you can see, there are 3 things that you can do, but only 2 you can do right now. You see the last one, check vote. You can't vote right now because voting won't be open until the middle of almost close to the end of next month. We'll keep you updated on that. But the first 2, vote, register and nominate, you can do those 2 right now. And if you go to voter registration, this is what you're going to come up. This is what you're going to see. It's going to ask you for your name, your date of birth, your place of birth. They want to make sure you're born in Jamaica, where you live. And they're going to ask you here when I say select country, for those of you voting for me, or even if you're voting for somebody else, if you live in the Northeast, you're going to be check USA, right there. And then it's going to say select a territory, right? Well, select region. Yeah, and this is the one you're going to select. United States of America, Northeast. By the way, people, Mr. Jeffrey Tavares is running in the South. So if you live in Georgia, Florida, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, Mississippi, Louisiana, and I think a few other states, and you're Jamaican, you're eligible to vote for Jeffrey Tavares if you're over 18. The Carolinas. North Carolina, South Carolina, right. you can vote for Mr. Jeffrey Tavares. So for Mr. Jeffrey Tavares, you would go south. That's what you click on that, because you have to live in the region to vote in the region, right? The only exception, I think, is like, I know some people, they have a driver's license in one state, but they reside in another state. They would figure that out when you put your street address. They'll figure that one out, all right? So then they'll ask you about, are you Jamaican? And here's the only thing, right here, it says valid ID. You put up your ID right there. You upload it, whether it's a passport, driver's license, anything with your picture and an address. You upload it right there. And then you have 2 boxes to check, these 2 boxes, and then you click register. And you're done. That's it. The only thing that you're going to do is upload. The only thing you're going to do that requires a little effort is just to upload your ID. Yeah. Now, let me go back to that, number 1. Number 2, to nominate. If you want to nominate Rattigan, here's what you do. You go right there and you just nominate Rattigan. See it right there? You just put it right there. Boom, 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 boom. Don't check this box. I am nominating myself, because that's for me if I'm nominating myself, which I have done. Then I'm going to have to fill in all of this stuff here. My name, my email address, my bio. And by the way, folks, you see what it says right there, optional. You know, they rejected my application, you know. And they wrote me back and said one of the things is that I didn't give them a bio. But if you look right there, what does it say? It says optional. And on Wednesday, let me reach my Webster. Optional. I'm going to read you the dictionary. I won't even give you my definition of optional. I'll tell you what the dictionary says, because I'm sure they won't object to this. Optional. All right, here it is. Optional. It says not compulsory. Optional means not compulsory.
So do we now need to give the definition of compulsory?
All right, let me look on compulsory. Let me give the definition for compulsory. Hold on. Compulsory. All right, here we go.
And people at a big website, not a small one.
All right, compulsory says required. So if you go back to optional, it says not compulsory, meaning not required. But yet still them right now tell me, say, hey, Rattigan boy, it's required. And they still have optional there. But we're going to talk more about the little games that they're playing, you know, and why they're playing the games. But also, more importantly, we're going to talk about why is it so important for you to vote in this election? Because you're going to see that this organization has the potential to do a lot for our people in the diaspora. There are people in the diaspora, believe it or not, no. There are people in it, because a lot of people think America is a bed of roses. There are people in the diaspora who are living in shelters right now.
No, but it's not a bed of rose petals.
Rose thorns.
Okay. Anybody know roses know that they come with some serious thorns.
Okay. All right. So here's what happened now, folks. You have people in the diaspora who are in shelters. A lady called me, the lady have a baby, young baby, and them live in a shelter. You have people who need a little advice regarding their immigration status. You have people who need a little advice because they have a family member who's mentally unstable or in need of some medical attention, and they're trying to figure out how do we get beyond just the emergency room. We have people who they're being evicted, a little landlord tenant thing. They're asking, hey, can you help me with this? Oh, this is something that we should have done. We should have formed little groups, because we have a whole heap of lawyers, whole heap of social services people, whole heap of people in the medical profession. We have, you name it, we have it in the diaspora. And yet we have people suffering in the diaspora. Why? Because the people representing you, they only care about themselves and the government of Jamaica. And when I say the government of Jamaica, not the people of Jamaica, the government of Jamaica, because they want to rub shoulders with them, go to the fancy parties and speak the language and carry on. That's all they want to do. It's about personal development, personal aggrandizement. You know, it's about elevating yourself. It's not about elevating your people. And so if I don't go to one of those parties, people, believe me, me not lose no sleep because me go. I'm willing to bet you that I've been to more parties than a whole of them people are combined. With people that you say are lead countries. I mean, I have the pictures them for sure, me have the video for, but that's not my thing. My thing is about people, right? And so it is important that we get this organization going because then once it's a registered 501c3, you can start doing your fundraising, your fundraising efforts to help those in the diaspora and help those in Jamaica. Again, I repeat, just imagine what a powerful thing this would be if you could get an organization that's registered that can do the fundraising and the outreach throughout the year. So that when we have something like this in Jamaica, we don't have to say one over there, so we can harness and streamline the support to Jamaica. That is not happening. Ask any one of them now, what is the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council doing for the people of Jamaica at this moment? Nothing. You know why? Them can't raise funds. They're not a registered organization. And they're being led and directed by the government of Jamaica. 3 of the 4 people sitting on that council that runs the whole thing, they live in Jamaica. They don't live in the diaspora. They're Jamaican government officials. And the 4th person who lives in the diaspora, guess how that person got that position? That person was appointed by the government of Jamaica. They were not selected by the people in the diaspora. So that is what we are talking. So people, the information is there. Let me see. The supporting persons. Yeah, you don't need all of that stuff. That's for me or for anyone who's nominating themselves. So you just fill out this thing here and after the races. So what we are going to do to ensure that we get some of you registered today, we are going to take a break in the middle of the program and we're going to direct you to this website and we're going to say go and register. So right now, the only thing you need to upload is a driver's license or some ID with an address and a picture. That's all you need. So there's no excuse. And we're going to continue doing this until the deadline is here. All right? All right, folks, here's what's going to happen now at this point. We have some folks coming on. I see, let me move this. All right, we have one of my favorite people, Nicola. On a know her, on a love her. This woman knows agriculture inside out. Every time she's on I think she's been on once or twice, but every time she's been on, I've learned so much from her. And we had a conversation recently, and we were talking about Melissa and the aftermath, and housing and agriculture itself. And she's just a wealth of knowledge. She should be the Minister of Agriculture, but she's not into politics or anything like that. So she's doing her thing on the outside. And we appreciate that and we acknowledge it. So without further ado, I present to you, ladies and gentlemen, Nicola Shirley Phillips. Nicola, welcome. You're muted.
You're muted.
Okay, great. Sorry
Here
about
we
that.
go.
Wow, that's all I have to say. It's a lot going on here, and just globally. I mean, really, it's not just here. If you're in the diaspora, you have your own set of things to go on with. And I've been someone, as a matter of fact, I'm friendly with one of the people in the in your Ministry of Agriculture. He was a past person in there, and I asked him yesterday. I'm like, so what's going on? And he says it doesn't look good for us either because of everything that's been going on there with agriculture. And if you remember, the last time I was on, I told you this was going to happen. Because since ICE has been picking up everybody afraid to go farm or to be able to harvest, that we would have a problem in Jamaica around food service. And this has all to do right now, even with the store. So I've been saying for the last 2 years that we need to get our act together because as you have challenges in the US around food, we buy a lot of cheap food from the US and it comes on a container and it gets distributed to the various markets and supermarkets. And when that is not available anymore because there's nobody to harvest it, we're going to have a problem. So here it is now. We have a problem in the US with importation because you have less food available. And now we have this storm that has knocked out St. Elizabeth, and not only St. with all these farms and the lands. It's going to be a while before we can even think about all the greenhouses, everything.
Nicola, let me stop you right there because we have some guests and we decided to do a round table to bring everyone on. And some of them, they have the limited time, like Mr. President and Patrick. I don't see Patrick yet. But what I'd like to do is bring, and Dwight is your brother, am I correct?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so I want to bring on Dwight and I want to bring on Mr. President because Mr. President, he's spearheading an initiative right now to help Jamaica with its efforts to support those who are really in need. What I'd like, let me say, someone said that, who was it? Hold on one second. Somebody was saying that they wanted to register in the UK for the thing. Just for phone. I'm in Jamaica and the link doesn't work. Just for phone, if you're talking about the link for the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, if you're in Jamaica, if you live in Jamaica, you're not eligible to vote in this thing. You have to live outside. And then there's somebody, where is it? There's somebody who was saying that they live in the UK. You can vote in the UK. Register. Just register for now, and then we'll talk to you about the candidates. Just register for now. We'll talk to you about the candidates later. But if you live in the UK, you can register to vote, and we're asking you to do that. All right. Let me just, where's, sorry, Nicola, I was gonna, I'm looking for Dwight. All right, here's Dwight. And then, folks, here's a gentleman who needs no introduction. And we're seeing him now, and some people are gonna say, we are seeing him now. No. This man is extremely busy. I know, I just have some idea of what he's doing, and believe me, if I were as busy as this man, I wouldn't even come on the Rattigan program, to be honest with you. But he found time to come on recently, and he's back now. Because the last time he was on, we were just talking. But now he's back for a very, very worthy cause. You know him, you love him. Lincoln, Prezi, Lewis. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen. Prezi, welcome. Dwight, welcome. All right.
Welcome, Dwight.
Let me, President, where are you? Are you in Jamaica or not?
No, I'm in Florida right now.
All right. Let me just talk to Nicola and Dwight first, just to ask them, what is the situation on the ground? What is the situation on the ground?
Well, the source farm is in the east, so we were very blessed to not just get the tail end of it. So we didn't have much damage, and I've gone around and we've done some work on trees and that kind of stuff. So we're actually heading to Bluefields, Westmoreland tomorrow. So we have, as you know, that I'm the head of project for JOAM, Jamaica Organic Agriculture, and we have demonstration sites all around the island. So a number of our demonstration sites, of course, obviously Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, Clarendon. We have a lot of work to do. And so we're going to be going to each of the parishes, and actually one of our team members, we haven't heard from her yet, and our communications person. And so we're going to be trying to figure out where she is, but also we're going to Westmoreland we have a chainsaw. One of the things that we did for the project, actually was part of the Genesis project. We went to to Puerto Rico when they had a storm, and we saw what they did. They have a brigade. So after the hurricane, they were able to get people that were trained on chainsaw, understand about farming, know how to put a farm back together. So we were supposed to actually do this training as part of the project to get these brigades together. Of course, we were waiting to do the training and didn't happen. So now we're actually quickly pulling together a number of our organic farmers, anybody that really knows about how to use equipment and also be able to help us. So we're going to be heading down tomorrow and do a couple of days in each of the parishes to see how we can help. Whoever needs help, we'll cook some soup and try to see. So the farmers on this side, on the eastern side, donated produce and things that we'll be able to go down to help, because I'm hearing about water needs and obviously food and other needs as well. So whatever we're getting, we're kind of packing them a couple of vehicles, and we're having a caravan going down to see what we can do. And we'll do this as we go. So the work that we do at Source Farm is always about, we didn't have as fair as like other people, because we design and build for that, right? We use domes. We do earth bag buildings. We plan and design for these kind of situations because we live in the Caribbean, and hurricanes are a thing every year. So where other people would be having challenges, and we keep telling people and talking to various agencies that we have to rethink about our design. We rethink about where you place your house. Some things are in floodplains, even the prevailing winds, the kinds of materials that you're using. That's why we always encourage people to do a permaculture design plan first before you put down something, but people don't even understand that. And then, parish council, the way things happen, people just put down things because they want to build something, and then they end up paying for it. So this is some of the things that we are going to be trying to do over the period of time, is to sensitize people. And then all the training that we did from the last 2 years, it really allows you now to be able to put those things into practice. So if you have leaves and tree branches, who will culture it? We talk about compost, we talk about making biochar, all those things that we talked about over the last 2 years, all of the island that we've been going on doing the training. This is where that comes into play now, because we knew that these days were coming, right? So we are now able to, if people remember, we gave these individual cards to show you what happens, how you deal with these things. That is what we're going to be putting out, how to make filters, water filters for yourself with the charcoal and the gravel and the sand. So you don't have to keep worrying about going to going to a store and trying to get that kind of water, because you can actually filter your own water. So everything we do at stores is about how do we become more resilient, right? And how we design our systems so that when these storms or earthquakes happen, we're not constantly running around, because you can design and build for a lot of it, so you don't have to be then wasting money and time and that kind of stuff. So that's the kind of thing we're doing.
Let me bring in Dwight. Dwight, I've been told that, or I was told that you are responsible for these domes, that you are a construction expert, or what do you call it? An engineer. You're involved with this kind of thing. Talk to us a little bit. We have the pictures, and we're going to put the pictures up so people can see the design, which is it's an amazing design, and it shows that hurricane can't really affect this, earthquake can't really affect it. But talk to us a little bit about it before we put them up on the screen.
Well, the beauty of it is that we can use what's under our feet. We don't have to bring in a lot of really expensive materials. Except for with the dome, we do use steel for reinforcement. But if you're building a house out of earth bag, you can literally use the soil under your feet, right? So we basically use the polyurethane bags and we create our blocks in place, and then we use barbed wire as our reinforcement. So each row of bags, we do a row of barbed wire, and that as you go up in height, you tie the barbed wire into the door and the window frames, and that stabilizes the building. Once you reach a roof, then you cast a bond beam and ties the whole structure together. And this earth bag structure is part of the Jamaica Building Code. It's not very foreign, even though a lot of people don't use it, but this is earthquake ready.
Unmute.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. I'm looking, and there are some people saying that the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council's website is not working. It wasn't working when they put it up like almost 2 weeks ago, and then it started working, and then now it looks like it's not working. But keep trying, people. Keep trying, because that's the only website that they have listed for you to register and vote in the upcoming election. So just keep trying. Don't be dissuaded. All right, Kevin, let's put up some of these pictures here of this structure. Here's one of them. Talk to us, Nicola and
Dwight.
Talk to us about this.
So what you're looking at is our monolithic dome. It's our wellness center here at the Source Farm. And you can't see the other dome, but there's 3 domes connected by an open hallway. And these things can withstand hurricane force winds because of the shape. And the beauty of it is that, we see in a hurricane, a lot of roofs are being blown off. There is no roof for this. The roofs and the walls are all in one. And when the wind comes, instead of having a flat wall to push against and break apart, it actually wraps around the building and creates downforce, and it actually holds the building down. So with the dome buildings, we incorporate earth bag also. So for the foundations, we use the earth bags to create a foundation, and then we nail the balloon down inflate the balloon and reinforce it with steel, and then cover that with a mixture of cement.
Let me show some more photographs here, different angle, different things going on. No, let me skip that. We'll get to that. All right. This is a foundation, am I correct? Or this is
Correct. That's a foundation, and also, I don't know if you can tell from that picture, we're also building a underground cistern. So with the shape of the building, when the rain falls, it automatically will shed down. So what we do is create a gutter system at the base of the wall, and then that directs the water into the underground tank, underground collection tank. And most of the structures that we build are completely off-grid. So you have water collection and you have solar. So we have the solar pump that connects to that tank and feeds the house. So you can have this unit and be completely far away from JPS or water commission and still run your house efficiently.
Let me show another one. Okay, this is even further down in the ground. Talk to us again. Talk to us about this.
So this tank, we're building a community in Otrius where there's actually no water. All water has to be trucked to this community. So we had to build a much larger tank for this person. And I think this holds probably about 11,000 gallons when we were finished. So this was we took the 30-foot of the circumference of the dome and built a water collection and then cast a floor on top.
Okay, so we're looking at the foundation, but we're also looking at the water tank underneath the foundation.
Yeah, the water. Yep, exactly.
That's ingenious. Let me look at another one here. Here's another one.
So that is a 4-bedroom dome structure on the source farm. And that also has a water collection, solar, and completely off-grid.
Completely off-grid.
Yeah.
Okay. We saw that one. This is one of the photographs inside, huh?
Right, that's one of the interiors. So you can see the inside, it's very beautiful. Just have curved walls.
Okay. Kevin, do you have any more pictures?
We have a couple of videos. Actually.
All right. Make us show a couple of them. While Kevin is doing that, let me ask this. Talk to us about the cost.
The basic cost for a earth bag, say a 20 by 20 square earth bag. Because the beauty of the earth bag is that we can make it look like the standard block and steel. Some people can't get their head around the dome, and some people don't like the look of it. So with the earth bag, you can look like a standard block and steel. And depending on because the beauty of earth bag is that you can do community outreach and have people in the community come and help build a house. Because once you have 1 or 2 skilled laborers on site, it's basically just filling the bags with dirt. So the earth bag can be anywhere from as low as, I think we did one for about $77,000 US.
Mm-hmm.
That's with a concrete slab roof. And that's without solar. Of course, you add solar, and if you add water collection underground, the price is going to go up. And the dome is not much farther off of that.
Mm-hmm. Nicola,
You're muted, Nicola.
So I said also, one of the things that I want to tell the story about how we came about this, because when we decided to move back to Jamaica, we couldn't build block and steel. So somebody in our friends told us about earthback buildings, and we did the research and that kind of stuff. And we excavated the site, which we had a lot of marl, and we just excavated that, and we put all that material back into the bags, right? And it's a child could do. We had children fill in the bags and that kind of stuff. So it depends on the kind of structure you want, how big you want your house and all that stuff. Or if we did it where we got $15,000 as a USAID project, and we built a room that we have the sewing cooperative in. So it depends on what it is that you want to do, like how big you want it. My house was built out of earth bag, and we had material on site. The more material you have on site, all that material that you normally take away and excavate and get rid of, is it stuff that you can use, whether it's soil or if it's a soil cement mix, or it's marl and a little bit of cement. So there's varying, depends on where you are as well. So if you're in a place where you don't have access to marl and stuff, it might be a little bit more expensive because you have to truck that stuff in. But most sites, unless you're dealing with rock, is available. And why we're even encouraging people to do this, and as I said, when we built it, NHT came out and looked at it and is now part of the building code as Adobe. Other people knew about this technology from a long time because we've always been building with earth throughout Africa, throughout the world. Earth and buildings is nothing new. It's something that we haven't been, we super Adobe it because we put it into bags, those bags. If you have any kind of sacks or that kind of stuff, you will see that's what, that's what we can utilize. But it's something that we have been trying to get more Jamaicans to understand. But it's like, it's a dome thing. We're really into, block and steel. And that's just because that is what the original kind of people came with. But there are other technologies out there that is actually better for us, because invariably you put a block and you don't have money necessarily to slab it. You put some kind of wooden roof on it, and that's what's been happening. So, and it's not aerodynamic for the fact that we get these winds. And so when we came, we're like, okay, what other appropriate technologies out there? And so we started to play around with, obviously, the monolithic domes that you've seen that Dwight did, and also the block and steel and the earth bag. And you look at the material, it's the bags, barbed wire, chicken wire, right? And you decide if you want to slab it or, how you want to do your roofing. But in terms of the earth bag, and then the dome is just one complete roof, and nothing to lift off of it. I mean, we just went through, obviously, we've been going through a number of storms over the years. We have earth bag, we have the domes, and we also do another kind of
Quonset hut.
Right, the Quonset hut as well. All of those buildings that have that dome shape, they don't move. The wind just blows right over them. But it's now to get our mind to shift. And now that we have, obviously, this devastation, the thing that I'm afraid of is that we're going to go right back to the nonsense that we've been doing, just because, we know if we do this, but not willing to make the change. And if you keep doing the same thing over and over again, because that's all we're saying you're going to have that same result. So I'm really encouraging people to, we've always done tours. People always come and they take a look and they see what we have, the beautiful, beautiful. And they go back to the block and steel. So we're going to be doing some training. We're, one of the things the initiative we're doing after, we know that there's a number of people obviously going to need houses. And we're going to work a Jamaica partner system where we'll figure out which community is really wants to take this on. And we will do the training and work with people, whether if you want to do earth bag, because, source is about open source, about teaching and sharing information. There's a lot of houses we could never build every single house that's necessary, but it's about now sharing information with everybody so they'll be able to learn. Just like how we learned, we watched some videos, we brought an engineer in, we learned how to do it. Our work now is to be able to translate that across for everybody to come and learn from us. We've had workshops. NHG has actually paid for workshops for people to come and learn how to do this. And we want more people to understand that this is available to them. Anybody who's returning or anybody that is, figuring out how we're going to rebuild. And there's a number of globally, if you look up monolithic domes, globally, whenever there has been issues, other countries have picked these models up and create really beautiful communities with them. So it's something for us to really think about. And we'll be doing trainings and workshops and stuff in the future on both Earthbag and, Dwight doing his the monolithic dome stuff.
All right, Nicola.
Dr. Ben.
All right. We have some other folks joining us. We're supposed to be joined by Patrick Beckford as well. I don't see him here. Patrick, if you're listening to me, I don't see you. But Dr. Ben, welcome. Dr. Ben, before we bring you on, I want to switch now to Prezi. Prezi is a man where he putting money where his mouth is. He not just talk for the sake of talking. And we love that. And Prezi, I'm going to surprise you. Don't worry. In any event, we'll talk about this stuff. Tell us, what do you have in terms of assistance that we can provide to Jamaica? in this time of crisis?
Yes, Professor. Love the new look, new set. Kevin, I was trying to grab my tie to come on, and I said, I'm going to be underdressed. But thank you, Dr. Ben. I don't feel too bad. But
You're
yeah,
good,
let me
man.
say
You're
good
good.
evening
You're
to Dwight and Nicola, and a commendation for the excellent work you guys are doing in the engineering space, and also helping our country to, elevate our approach to building standards, because that is absolutely important. And we've seen a lot of the crumbling infrastructure in Jamaica really need a revitalization. And I want to thank you guys for bringing this new or different, I should say, concept of home building to Jamaica. It will, as you rightly said, take a little bit to get used to, but thank you for that. Now, to answer your question, Will, first of all, let me just welcome you and Kevin back to this new vibe, new Rattigan University. And as an alumni, I will say this is the best place to get information. And I am also doing my continuing education here at Rattigan University, because you have to always, keep abreast and keep refreshing what is going on. But nonetheless, what we're doing, I am the president of a not-for-profit organization called Free Spirit Outreach. We've been around for 19 years. Next year will be 20 years since we've been in existence. We're a 501c3 organization based in Florida, and I've been the president for the last 7 years. And we've been mobilizing teams to go on a trip to Jamaica. Thank God for all the overwhelming support that we've been getting in terms of donation. People, up to this moment, I have my teams driving around and collecting supplies, because we've placed these blue barrels at various locations throughout our city, and we are working to get these barrels out in the community. And with the local media presence here, it has been driving that message. But one of the things that we know, Will, that after a storm, one of the most important things that people need is comfort. A warm clothes on their back, a warm blanket, and also warm food in their bellies. And a lot of people have lost pretty much everything. I've seen some of the horrific videos. And again, condolences to those who have lost family members, and our heart goes out to everyone who is dealing with this tremendous crisis, and especially in the Western Jamaica section. I do have friends and colleagues and family that are in that side of the country, and they're reporting some horrific experiences. And let me tell you, it is not easy. So the humanitarian impact, or the human impact, is, first of all, that is something we want to consider, because when your life is disrupted, when your house is damaged, when all your valuables are gone, your passport. One guy was talking about losing his passport, his birth certificate, everything is literally gone with the wind. We also know that in cases like this, Will, there are a lot of important things that we must consider. We're approaching this from two phases. We have the disaster relief phase, which we are now in, and then we're going to move into the disaster recovery phase. So during our disaster relief phase, we're focusing on immediate relief. So that is why we have all the food and the clothing that we can get, and that we're having them shipped out early next week. We are working with two logistics company, two shipping company, to help us with the delivery and all the necessary aspect of this part of transporting the goods to Jamaica and clearing them, etc. We also are one of the only organizations that already have a team on the ground, because we already have boots on the ground. We have a Jamaican chapter of the Free Spirit Outreach, and we have at least 20 of our members who was there in Beryl doing the same kind of humanitarian work, doing the same kind of disaster relief. They are ready. It gives us the advantage because they have already secured their families. They're also, working with local companies. So I want to give a big shout out to all the local companies in Jamaica that is coming alongside my team so that we can get some supplies there. One of the things that we are lacking, Will, is the funds. We're lacking the necessary money to do a lot of this and to get more teams going there. So one of my goals today is to appeal to the illustrious listeners here at the Rattigan University to please support our organization, which is freespiritoutreach.org. And if you'd be so kind, producer, to put that up for us, it would be a great asset. And before you chip in, Will, I just want to talk about one final thing, and then we'll continue the discussion. I just want to let everyone know that it's very easy for people to, mistrust who they donate to. It's very easy for people to mistrust who they give to. And a lot of times, as you know, even the government of Jamaica is asking you to donate to them. But we know, that at this point, we're not here to criticize anyone that's trying to help. We're not here to, speak down or put down anyone that's trying to help. But one of the things about our group as it relates to checks and balances, that our volunteers can take the best things for themselves and put to the side and then give out the what left to the people, because we don't have that kind of policy in our organization. Whenever we show up at a donation site, all the goods that are present are for the people that we're serving. And when we get them at our sorting facilities, all the best things we put for the people. And we anything that's not good, we toss it, because we're taking clothing donations too. And a lot of times people send, no disrespect, all bro, because they feel like we don't want to send it to Jamaica, but we're not going to treat our people like that, because we love Jamaica, we love our people, and they deserve only the best. So we're asking everyone, if you're sending something or giving something, don't give the shoes where you know you don't want, where you know you don't like, or the dress that you know you don't like, or you know you don't want, or the expired food that you get at the pantry, because we're tired of clearing out boxes and boxes of expired food. We have to literally look well at every item sometimes that we collect to make sure that they have at minimum 3 months shelf life left, because a lot of people, they just give away them don't want. But we're calling people to a higher purpose. Give the best of what you have so we can help our own people. Thank you.
All right, well done, well said. Kevin, if you are Opal, can put up Prez's organization, as well as Nicola. Nicola has one as well. If we can put up those two, and then we have the Jaja Foundation, and then we have the Lasco Foundation. We're going to put all of them up so that people can they can make a choice, or they can give to all of them, or give to whichever one or ones they want to give to. And by the way, people, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, we are collecting funds as well, and we're not collecting barrels or anything like that. We're not as we don't have the network that Prezi and Nicole, not Nicole, Prezi and Patrick that they have. But here's one of the things that we're planning to do. We're going to collect funds, and then we're going to come to you once we have the funds. We're going to come to you collectively and say, listen, we have this money, and we're thinking about donating it to the following communities, because we're not giving our money to we're not giving our money to the government. Let me just be absolutely clear about that. Our money is going to go to civil or civic organizations, or directly to the communities. And so, and when I say that, I'm not saying you shouldn't give your money to the government. You do whatever you want with your money, but the money that we collect on One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, we are not sending it to the government. We're sending it directly to communities, or to the civic civil structures, so that they can provide the funds to the people that need those funds the most. So don't leave me. Don't stay on, because we still have a lot to discuss. Let me bring in Dr. Ben now. And Dr. Ben, talk to us about what you're seeing on the ground, and your efforts to provide assistance to the Jamaican people.
All right, so thank you very much. It's been a while. Let me just greet Nicola and Dwight. I heard both of them talking about the Source Farm Foundation, and this is Source Farm is one of the places that's very dear to my heart because I've been there many times. I'm a resident of Source Farm, I can say, and I've seen the wisdom in the construction. It has impacted me. It has inspired me so much so that is the model that we're gonna use to do some of our construction. Welcome, President Edu and Kevin. Yeah,
Bless up.
so man, I'm just coming back from Montego Bay. I was recently in Montego Bay. I'm from Montego Bay. My mom is in Montego Bay. Family is in Montego Bay, and I went down there, and I just came back last night. Videos and pictures is not enough to capture the level of devastation that I saw there, and what I'm saying is that right now, because starting from today or maybe the next couple of days, the level of frustration. This is not just the people talk about the catastrophe. That is one. Now, what's chipping in post Melissa is the psychological effects. When I was there, I saw the lines. The place that we wanted to go, we couldn't go because of the lines, because of people wanting to get access to gasoline, people wanting drinking water, people wanting foods. I went there, Ratty, and I should say I really the price gouging. I bought, because we were there for 2 days. I didn't have food, so I bought a bun and a drinks. One bottle of drinks, one bun, $900. It was 2 bottles, and so people are there who have money, but because of the electricity and because of the banking system down, they don't have access to money. So it's a case where people do have money, but they can't get food. People do have money, but they don't have access to water. There are some persons who would live in a setting where everything is operated by water, flush toilet, that type of thing. There's no water, so the setting down there is really bad. And right now, psychologically, it's affecting persons. I call it social media dissonance. Persons who wouldn't have access to social media, in addition to all the discomforts, would now be seriously agitated. The level of aggression is mounting, and that is going to increase as the days goes by, because from what I see, electricity or power is not going to go back to many areas for weeks, and so that level of psychological effect is bearing down heavily on Montego Bay as we speak. Then there is a whole issue of theft that people have to deal with. There are some people who have lost homes, lost business, lost vehicle. They are without a roof, and some houses still have water in it. So the level of discomfort and the level of agitation is significant. I'm in Kingston now because I came to get some solar power equipment so that we can function, because we can't function comfortably because we don't have access to power, we don't have access to electricity. And I'm here to get some stuff to go back to Montego Bay tomorrow to try to alleviate some of the discomforts there.
Wow. Yeah, from what we're hearing, things don't look good at all. Nicola, you want to say something before we bring on Patrick? You're muted.
Oh, and as you're unmuting, Nicola, I just want to say this. As everybody else, because of the amount of us that are here, want everybody to just mute when anybody else is presenting. Please, it cuts back on the feedback.
So, Dr. Ben, as you were saying, that because I sent you a message that we're going to go towards Trelawney, but we're going to go Mobay side. Luke will be up with us, so solar. So if you want to talk to him, we could have a conversation with him, because he understands that solar stuff pretty well. And then we should have some other conversations, because there's some things that we could probably work together if you're going down, because we're going to take a caravan down with folks.
Yeah, and that's one of the purposes of having all of you on, because all of you have something going on in Jamaica, and so you can do the network, you can do the necessary streamlining so that you don't step over each other. So we're happy to have all of you here. Patrick, talk to us about your efforts, because my understanding is that you're working with someone from the legislature, some elected official in your neck of the woods to try and get some support, some supply and materials down to Jamaica. Talk to us about that, please.
All right. Good evening, brothers or siblings. Rather, I don't go to brother, sister, siblings. All right. So thanks for having me on. So I'm working. We set up a thing in New Jersey. My church sister, who is also the mayor of Highland Park, is Jamaican. And I say this, her parents are in Bunkers Hill, Trelawney. She can't hear from them as we speak. But don't think you're going to be shocked when you think that I'm going to be working so specifically for Trelawney, which that is not on our radar right now. We're looking at the worst hit area. But as I see my hometown, I'm like, oh, second guessing myself. But I love. But what happened is that my church is a very active church in this neck in New Jersey and in the United States. I am also on the national executive of my denomination, so we call it the General Synod. And so I say this to say that what is happening right now, Mayor Foster, that's her name, and myself are working together with the church, has a nonprofit that's called Who's My Neighbor. So you're going to see that on my flyer. We're connected to the Reformed Church of Highland Park. But we're using Who's My Neighbor because it's one of the nonprofit arms that we have and that we're working with it. It's a highly Jewish community. And right in front of the church, there was a business that has been closed down for 5 years, and we're trying to even to get that. But God have a way of working. So what we were able to, the mayor called up the guy who owns it, and he says, you can have that facility to store all the stuff. It's yours until you get over this. So we're going to be using that as a collection point. So we have made contact with Food for the Poor in Jamaica, because we figured that it would be the best place to do the distribution. So they send us a list of the immediate things that are needed, and generally afterwards. So right now we're not going to be dealing with, we're going to still collect, but the main purpose is to get medical things over there. I had a connection with an airline, I won't call the name, that has promised that they will assist us in flying things down. They'll make space for whatever we have to fly things down as soon as we're able to collect. So we set up a mechanism. One of our church sibling is a graphic professor at a college, and he's putting up the program with a QR code or whatever the thing is to make it, eye-catching. Also, I've engaged, I'm engaged with an entity that is, that I suggested to them in COVID to recruit some Jamaicans to work because there was a shortage in nursing home. That is ongoing. But that company has offered to do collection. They have in 7 states, over 100 nursing facilities, and they're engaging staff and everything, because they said these people coming up are going to be your future co-workers. So this is a way to connect with them and all that stuff. So that is the thing. Just today, I received a call from someone that I worked in when I was as advisory board member for the diaspora. and we were talking about refurbishing the some of the Georgian buildings in Falmouth, and that came up, and that person observed is a design architect professor at one of the major universities, Ivy League University in New York. And so that person mentioned to me one of the observation and the thing from their perspective, with a lot of roofing going off. She wants us to link together because they probably would be able to kind of spearhead a project where they look at roofing. So because a lot of people know me, and they think, okay, I'm gonna be involved. I have to be involved, rightfully so. But so that is coming into fruition. So but our immediate concern right now is to get as much medication there. They're sourcing a couple equipments also, and those will be going directly to place. We're not going to send out nothing to to any certain institutions and give it to any government minister to say, okay, go, here is it, receive it, and you take photograph, and then we don't know where it will end up. I'm speaking from experience, a COVID experience. So these are the things you have to learn from, the things that you are involved in, and see what fix what is working. So that is where we are. So our thing is, hopefully we're being deliberate as to how Food for the Poor is, I say this in all candor, that Food for the Poor is saying we could send money so that they could buy some of the stuff they need, a food product. Publicly, I express myself that I kind of logistically that don't sound, because they're saying to get the food to folks. But they're saying they buy from the Caribbean. Yeah. But my thing is that I can get a can of sardine here in the United States for 50 cents. There's a lot of price gouging from people that I talk to in Jamaica. And so is Food for the Poor going to buy it at that US price we would get it? Factor in the shipping and all that stuff. Does it make sense? Do they have the amount versus what we could send and feed more people? Because if I get 200 boxes of sardine, for example, or bully beef or tuna or whatever it is, right? From my place of worship, like on a regular basis. And yesterday we had a truckload of food that came there, a lot of canned stuff. But it went like that because, the political thing in the United States right now, SNAP benefits was cut off. And so we had to take care of the locals. But this is something that happens on a weekly basis. So as a leader in the church, I've been asked, and we're going to get a lot of financial help, from various places and everything. So we have it. And our aim is we're going to be focusing hopefully on St. Elizabeth and Manchester, because we figured St. Elizabeth is a breadbasket. If we can get that going, then, that's important. Manchester is hit hard and everything. I worry about Trelawney and the other places, because I could get folks to, maybe put together and go together for Trelawney. I probably might lose my Trelawney license.
Yeah, I see, because Falmouth was hit pretty hard. So yeah. I can understand when you said, when you said, look, it's a tough choice because I want to help where I'm from, and it was hit hard. So it's kind of hard for me to walk away from that and go someplace else. But You did the right thing, is to say we're going to go wherever the need is greatest.
Yeah.
We're going to start from there. So,
yes, and that's where it starts.
And and you know, it's funny because what I'm concerned about is that we have all of these people, and again, it goes to the efficacy of having one organization kind of like streamlining all the efforts. Now, no one diaspora organization is going to be able to corral all the diaspora organizations, but it could do it could be significant in that if he could get some or most of them. Right now they're getting zero, and the reason I say that is this: I'm concerned that you may have some communities in Jamaica that won't get any help whatsoever simply because of their size and their location. And so we have a lot of people saying, okay, you know, I'm going to help my community, which is great, right? It's great. I'm going to help my community. Too bad we don't have a government that would say, I'm going to help all the communities. We're just going to spread out our resources and help everyone. We don't have that. So now what we're finding out is that people are saying, and it's sad. It's sad because I would like to have heard, yes, we have a government we can trust and we can send everything to the government because we know they're going to distribute the help we're providing equally, adequately, and in a manner where there is no suspicion of corruption or you know, favoritism. But frankly speaking, folks, we don't have that. And that's why people are saying, well, I'm going to give it to this organization, I'm going to give it to my community. I say all of that to say this: if I worry about the small communities that they're not on the map. When I say not on the map, they're not a Falmouth or a Montego Bay or a Santa Cruz. And so how do we reach out to those people? How do we get help to those people? I do know that there are lots of foundations out there doing good work, but I would just like to hear from them as to how they're going to reach out to you know, these small communities, these rural communities, because that's one of my fears right now. Any comments on that?
Yeah, I want to just add something to what Patrick was saying. We have been approached by at least one major distributor in Jamaica, I think the Muslim Group. They have a lot of brands that we're familiar with. They distribute a lot of US brands, including craft, and they also have a lot of local groups, food groups in Jamaica and pharmaceuticals in Jamaica. So what they said to us was that, hey, we want to partner with you. So the goal is this: a lot of organizations in Jamaica will give you a reduced cost, because the cost you get as an end customer, that has gone to multiple tiers of markup. And if the distributor or the manufacturer is saying, hey, listen, let's cut out the middleman, let's cut out the supply chain cost, let's cut out all the other bloat that goes on to pricing something, and we give you a direct price in terms of getting these things. So like for us, we're not shipping any water to Jamaica. Jamaica is the land of wood and water. We have a lot of water companies in Jamaica, and it for me, it's just like the hotel chains. They're bringing in water to sell in Jamaica, to use in Jamaica when Jamaica have so much water. Exactly. So there are a lot of companies in Jamaica that will, and manufacturing companies that are in Jamaica that will partner with NGOs like us, and they have reached out to us and say, hey, listen, just let us know how we can help. Here are the list of products. This is what we're working with. So instead of having to wait for a week for something to come into Jamaica, you can get that trailer, go up to a warehouse and pull that product. But again, as I said earlier, the issue for us right now, we already have people on the ground, is the issue of money, just to help to mobilize the team and to get everything in place. So I wouldn't knock the fact that Food for the Poor, a friend of mine called the director of Food for the Poor, and he was saying, hey, listen, we don't want used clothes anymore, because over the years, when you have 3 trailers of used clothes, you're going to need 40 people to sort through all of these things. It takes hours of man hours, because you have to go through every single layer, a piece of clothing, and then say, does this meet the standard? Yes or no? Toss it in that bin. or yes, this meets the standard, or kind of meet the standard, and someone else have to come and like, no, it really don't meet it. And that takes a lot of time and resources. So that is why some people are opting to say, listen, me, we do not accept used clothes because it's too much manpower and too much effort that is being expended just to sort them. And then, you know, of course, and when you distribute it, people are going to look at you and say, okay, I thank you for this, but, you know, why does, you know, this shirt have a little hole in it, or does it seem a little faded or something? So I can understand that concern, but there are a lot of great companies in Jamaica that are ready to help. They have the supply in place. They have the warehouse full of stuff that people urgently need now. And if we can get them, we'll get the best prices. We'll get better than wholesale price because it's a humanitarian crisis. So I wouldn't object to that, Patrick, in that regard. And even though you're looking at it on a grander scale, but I would also factor in the fact that many other companies in Jamaica, they have a heart, but they don't have the manpower to do what we as philanthropic organizations are doing.
Okay, Percy, I was just for clarity. I was just saying I'm leery of that presentation, but what you said, and this is why I like to hear other people's idea, because what you said, now you got to send me that information so we could have that also as another option, because we anticipate we're going to get a good amount of money because a politician sitting on the mayor's conference, you know, everybody's going to reach out and want to say that they participated, you know, when the election time come, we're helping out the Jamaicans. That's a side of it. And just to emphasize on the clothing aspect. Okay, in 2022, our church was involved in setting up 6 trailer loads for South America after the earthquake devastation there. And what it did with clothing, we had to get a team of young people who just wanted to volunteer for something. And so they sized the clothes, packed them, you know, like per size, male, female, babies, infants, and everything. It's like each trailer that went to a place had clothing, and all they did is go, okay, I have a 3-year-old, I have a toddler, and they'll find stuff. So that was a part of the, you know, the organizational aspect of what we do. But right now for this, we told them, as somebody said, this is not an old broke clothing thing. You know, we're doing the immediacy is food, medicine, all the first aid stuff that is there. So the importance of this forum is that those of us who are working with folks can share information. This is what is happening on our end, you know, just to say maybe there's something that we can take from you or you can take from us and share, because the more we work together in a unified way, the better it is for Jamaica, you know. And like, I just believe that that's what should be happening in Jamaica right now, you know, because it's just, you know, one Jamaica. There's no P and J, you know, it's Jamaica. Everybody's suffering. You understand? So that we have to show them what we're doing in a unified way, and we hope egos will be swallowed, and we work together in Jamaica as we are working in the diaspora to make this thing work better. You know, so that's my thing. But thanks for that thing, and send me the link for that, because we utilize that. You know,
let me just say that
there's one other aspect to the thing that I've afraid to. Being a part of the national thing affords me the ears and the attention of the denomination. They have a long-term recovery department, international, that goes all over. And that is going to be at my disposal. The director we have been communicating and everything. So they're looking at not of 3 months and let off food and everything. They're looking at rebuilding, helping rebuilding wherever what they do, like rebuilding affordable homes, you know, fixing up and all that stuff. So that is what we are looking at in addition to that, you know. So sometimes, you know, I get cursed. Enough family like be involved in or something, but it kind of work out. I pimp out myself for Jamaica. You know.
Let me just hold on a second, Patrick. Let me see. Marcia in the chat, she says, if the people are going to help their people, what the government going to do with the charity money and the insurance bond Nigel Clark say they have? That's a good question. And it's a compound question because there's so many parts to it that that need to be answered. But let me just talk to people about this bond, because I've seen people writing about it. I've read what they've written, and I've seen a few clips of people talking about it. And we did a program on the cat bond last year. I think, Prezi, you were, I don't know if you were there, but it was last year right after burial. And we went through the whole thing. And we're going to put it up again, folks, so that people can get a good idea, a good grasp of what this cat bond is. Now, I'll just give you an overview. And let me say that Jamaica has been hit many times, not directly, by storms and hurricanes. And every time we had to borrow money to deal with the damage. So back in, I think it was 2014, there was something called a Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility. It's something having to do with CARICOM. It's just where they pool their resources, and if you get hit, you can draw down from that fund. We've been doing that. That fund was established, I think back in 2014, or maybe even before. So the cat bond that we're talking about, it's not that. The cat bond we're talking about, people, that came about as a result of the funding that we had, funding structure we had in place was insufficient to deal with the losses we incurred. So, and everybody's talking about, you know, Minister Nigel Clark and what he did. Yes, he was not responsible for the Caribbean fund structure. He was not responsible. That was before his time. But what he did was he approached the World Bank and a few investors. And in 2021, they decided, when I said they, it was Germany, the UK, and I believe the US through USAID. What they did, they funded this bond, this one that we're talking about now. They funded it back in 2021, and it was they funded it 2021, 2022, and 2023. And the payout at that time was $185 million. So remember now, we have the UK, Germany, and I believe USAID, and I think Jamaica chipped in a little bit, but they all funded this thing for Jamaica to the tune of $185 million worth of coverage. They didn't claim anything against this cat bond, because the closest they came was burial, and they got zero. Because here's what people don't realize. In order for you to collect on this cat bond, there are certain requirements. What they did, they broke up Jamaica into 19 grids. They put 19 grids, superimposed it on Jamaica. And they said, okay, first you must have a named storm. So if you have a tropical depression that wreaks havoc on Jamaica, you get zero. So it must be named. Okay, Melissa, named. It must be a category 5. A category 4 is not going to get you any money, right? Because what they do is they have values placed on each grid. So, and it's based on the intensity of the hurricane, not on your loss. So you could lose 10 billion and you stand, the most you would get if you satisfy the requirement is 150 million, which is a drop in the bucket. So they said, okay, for these grid, you have a certain barometric pressure, you have a certain wind speed, you have a certain category of hurricane, and they look at the grids to see how this storm progresses through the hurricane. So progresses through the grid. So if it goes through one grid and then it gets to a second grid and it drops to a 4 or a 3, you're not getting any money over there. You get money for where it's a 5 and where the barometric pressure is at a certain level and the wind speed and all of that. And remember, each grid has a value. So here's where we stand. The beauty about it is that you get paid. You don't have to wait a long time. So by next week or so, they'll finish their assessment and Jamaica will get some money. Will Jamaica get 150 million? We don't know. It's likely, but we don't know, because they're going to look to see, okay, how many grids did this thing go through? And what's the value that we're going to place on each grid? And keep in mind, people, that this bond, it's not issued by the World Bank. There are 15 investors who put up the money. It's managed by the World Bank in the sense that the World Bank will collect the premiums from Jamaica, and if there is a payout to be made, like now, then they have the money from the investors, and then they will pay Jamaica. That's how it works. It's not the World Bank has no liability. Yeah, they won't spend any money on this. So it's important for us to know that it depends on the intensity of the storm and how many grids that it passed through. Another thing that we have to remember is this. So far, the experts are saying that Melissa inflicted somewhere between 3 billion and about 5.56 billion worth of damage on Jamaica. The most you're going to get from this cat bond is 150. So you can see the problem right there already. You can see there's not enough money. So that's why, Jamaica is reaching out, and I suspect that Jamaica is going to have to take out a loan. Now, we have a favorable rating based on the aggressive payment that we've made, the GDP to debt, all of that stuff. So we can get the money to fix up, whatever needs to be fixing, and it's a lot. But we need to understand that the cat bond, it's not automatic, and there are certain requirements. Now, also, the cat bond does not cover earthquake damage. It's only for hurricane. So if we get hit with a massive earthquake, we have no money to collect from the cat bond. Remember that, people. It is only for hurricanes, and it's only for named hurricanes, category 5, with a certain barometric pressure entering the grids. And they have 19 grids, and the grids have different values. So, and remember this, it's an insurance. And we know about insurance policies and insurance companies. They don't like to pay. They find every reason not to pay you fair value for the damage incurred. So you know that these investors, they're going to be looking at this carefully. And, I wouldn't be surprised, based on the damage, well, not the damage, because it's not based on economic damage, but based on the travel path of the hurricane, it would appear to me that they went through several grids, and so they just maxed out the 150 million. But I wouldn't be surprised if they say, well, it's not 150, it's 100 or something to that effect. I'm hoping that that's not the case. I'm hoping that they'll pay out in full. But you just need to know some basics about this bond. Another thing that you need to know about this bond is that the cost. How much does it cost Jamaica to have this bond? It costs Jamaica taxpayers $10.5 million US a year to buy this insurance. And when Germany, the UK, and all of those people, when they finished in 2023, they said to Jamaica, you're on your own now. We're not going to finance this any longer. So Jamaica had to go out now and get the bond, or they continued the bond, but now Jamaica is the only one. They have no assistance in terms of financing. So for 2024, Jamaica paid $10.5 million US dollars to have this bond. And then this year, they paid 10.5. So essentially what you're looking at is Jamaica has paid or will pay $21 million to collect $150 million maximum. And we did a program last year, as I said. We brought on Richard James, a mathematician, and we were looking at whether that was value for money, whether that was a good deal. And based on his calculations, he said, to get $150 million worth of coverage, we should have paid, I think, somewhere like only $3 or $4 million a year, not $10.5 million a year. That's something that we need to look into. But those are the basics. Just keep that in mind. The money is going to be forthcoming rather quickly, because that's one of the beauties about this program, that they don't wait forever to give you the money. They come on the ground, they talk to people, they look at their data, and then they make an assessment and said, okay, fine, this is how much we're going to pay, and so they pay you. So when people are saying that, they're heaping praise on Minister Clark, I'm not going to rain on his parade, because he was instrumental in getting the bond. However, just keep in mind the requirements. And you know what's funny? Last year, we didn't hear people complaining, saying, how we could have negotiated something like that? That very liquid so hard, and we get zero, and we give them $10.5 million. And so because some people are saying, hey, maybe it should be, maybe it shouldn't be a direct hit. Maybe it should be based on economic loss. Maybe it should be based on something else. But Beryl, keep in mind, people, that Beryl, as devastating as Beryl was to the southern part of Jamaica, and the same area essentially, St. Elizabeth and the surrounding parishes, we got zero. Because again, remember, it must be category 5. It must be a direct hit. It must go through the grids, must have a certain wind speed, barometric pressure, all of that stuff. And if you don't have that, no money for you. Keep in mind that insurance is essentially a gamble. You're taking precautionary measures against something that you believe is likely to happen. So that's where we are with that. If you have any questions about that, you can reach out to me, or we're going to put out the program that we did last year, so that it has a little bit more information than I'm giving you now, so you can listen to it, get yourself educated, and then if you still have questions, then you can give me a call. All right, enough of that. Who's up? Nicola, Dwight, Dr. Ben, Mr. Prezi, Patrick, who's up?
Well, I will definitely have a conversation too. So we're looking at, obviously right now we're just trying to figure out what's going on and stabilize. But I'm also looking at, in the next 6 months, what's going to happen around the whole food system. So we're going to have to put some food in the ground. Definitely on the eastern side, anybody that wasn't affected, I'm really asking all the folks, if you have people on the other side that wasn't affected, we need to let them know they need to be planting things to support the rest of the island. So we're going to be doing that and doing some training with folks. I mean, I've been telling everybody they have to put food in the ground. If you have a bucket, if you have land, you have flowers in your thing, we can't eat flowers, we're going to be needing to put that in the ground. It's going to be very serious. Because you'd see the price of food is going to skyrocket, and when it's not available. So what do you do tomorrow? You want to help the people on the eastern side that's anywhere that's not affected, really put some food in the ground, plant a tomato, learn how to, if you're not sure, come to us, give me a call. We're going to be setting up some other workshops and stuff to make sure people know to put seeds in and nurture that, because we're going to need the food. So if you look at what's going on now, what has happened here, and then what the impact of the U.S. is going to be, you're going for higher food prices. So, when do we plant? Yesterday, as I was saying, it's going to be very, very important. So not just about, yes, we're going to do the immediate thing, but what happens 3-6 months down the road when the lack of food, because remember, the farmers are putting in things and they know that Christmas is going to come and they're going to harvest some things that is not going to be available, right? And then they're going to take a couple of months to recover, sort them, help themselves out to be even able to figure out what they can put in, right? All that yam in Manchester gone, certain ground provisions that we normally have, some of that is just not around. And then all the tree crops, one of our farmers, everything flattened. We were actually going to do a workshop with them this coming week. All those workshops are done. She's been, had that property for a number of years, very fruitful property. Every single mango tree, every lime tree, every tree, everything gone. All her birds are gone. Everything is gone. So just think about that effect across all those parishes, that's what we're looking at. So when we're planning, don't just plan for this, immediate thing. Think about the long-term effects. What does it look like 6 months, a year out? Again, with the housing, again, with everything else, making sure for them.
Nicola,
right.
Okay. I just want to add something that we were discussing, toying with. We're thinking about the farmers big time. But what I would suggest, because the farmers can't feed the entire market at this time, but what I would suggest that those, and for everyone who is involved in sending stuff, get some tomato seeds, get some other vegetable seeds. If you go to stores that usually sell them during this spring for summer planting, we could send seeds down to people to plant in their yard space. Somebody plant some tomato, somebody plant some callaloo, somebody plant some stuff. These are stuff we could send it with the thing and say, start planting the little thing for the because you can do it.
So can I just stop for a second? So we have to be careful with that, because plant quarantine is going to seize all of that stuff, straight up. They see it coming in, they're going to hold on to it. So there's a way to do it. So maybe you and I will have a conversation of whoever is wanting to send seeds. We can help you with the permitting to make sure that happens, because we actually, right now, we have $3,000 US worth of seeds that plant quarantine has held because of, if it's organic seeds, it's not going to work. If it's, treated seeds, you still need a permit. So I'm just going to let you know that. So let's have that conversation so I can help you facilitate that, so you don't end up doing all this work and then they hold on to it, right? And they will, because they are concerned, especially when times like this, that people are just sending anything and then they're going to end up with fungus issues later on. So just, you can take my number, leave it, or,
okay. No
share,
problem.
and then I will absolutely help you make sure those seeds get here.
Dr. Ben, how are things on your end? Because I know you have a business to run and all of that. What's the effect of it? How has hurricane impeded your effort to help people?
Well, so far we can't do anything. I'm here in Kingston. In the vehicle, I just came to see if I can get a basic system that would allow us to have electricity to be able to work. I think I'm in Kingston. I know some persons called to pick up products, because, as I said, in the whole scheme of things, there are some persons, it doesn't matter what, that their preferred healthcare program is natural. And again, the government doesn't factor that in. Healthcare, I give you, tell you what, was it yesterday? Yesterday we're in Montego Bay. So before yesterday we went to Montego Bay. The first day we went to Montego Bay, we were in Coral Gardens. And when we were in Coral Gardens, we went to see one of your friends that I told you about, that wants to connect with you from way back in the days where you grew up. And he had a worker that was with him who they told us he was sick. So my friend who came with me went to look for him. When he went there, he was on the ground for over 2 hours, basically incapacitated. When he brought him to me in the back of his van, Mark, we were in Coral Gardens. There's no way to go to the hospital, and he was in severe shock. When he brought him to me and I felt his muscle, I said, oh, it's magnesium deficiency. And luckily we had some native, what we call burro banana, and we got him some banana. He got one, he says he felt better. But the second one, he said he was okay, was no. So he was there for over 2 hours, not being able to move, because what happened, he was helping somebody in a house, overexerted himself with a machine that caused him to be vibrating and sweating, and so his whole body just shut down, and he didn't have to go to the hospital. And I was saying to my friend, if we didn't go, in about 2 to 3 hours times, he would have been dead, because his heart would have been shut down. And again, so this was a very, and so I sent you a video, but we weren't able to view as much of Montego Bay as we wanted to, because we had to attend to him. And that's an example of some of the persons that we can work with, that we can help. But one thing we need right now is that we need a proper solar system. So I just went and looked at one. We managed to purchase a small unit because in some cases we're going to have to do some mobile clinics. So we're looking helping us to get the equipment that we need to function in that respect. So our clinics, the one in St. Thomas is down, the one in Port Antonio, we're still getting clients. I believe even persons came there today, but we're not able to see persons because we don't have electricity as yet. So that's one of the ways where persons can help us. If they reach out to me, and believe me, in this situation, we're spending out of our private funds, nothing is coming back. But it's one of the hardest things for me to ask for help. But we have to put our pride aside, and in whatever ways persons can help us. That is what we need now. We don't necessarily need the cash, but we need equipment, solar equipment. But if persons, because right now it's difficult to get things in, and I would say not only for me, from what I've seen in Montego Bay and in parts of St. Elizabeth, persons need areas where they can go to charge their phones. They need access to electricity, because I'm telling you, it's down and they're not getting it nowhere for now. I was in Montego Bay to St. Anne. I remember when we reached a section of St. Anne, we saw a group the both sides of the road with vehicles, and we said, what is this, an accident? Only to find out it wasn't an accident. It was that persons find a spot, a signal spot. So on both sides of the road, persons were there accessing the internet and connecting with relatives. When we went further in Montego Bay, we saw it right behind the police station at Carl Gardens. But then now there are persons who have to be going to places to pay to charge their phones. So just the food is good, but after people are fed, the next thing they want to do is to connect with their loved ones, and they want to be able to do basic things. And so not having access to electricity is a major problem as well.
Hey, I'm glad you mentioned that. Okay, go ahead, Will.
No. I was just gonna call on you because there's a question about how they can help. I was gonna forward that question to you.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Go ahead.
Yes. So, I'm glad you mentioned about the challenges that pose after a natural disaster, because our lives are we're more connected than at any other time in history, and most of what we do depends on connectivity.
Right.
So I'm sure most people watching are aware that that Starlink is offering direct cellular satellite to cellular connectivity until the end of November for the entire island. And like in my case, I have a Starlink in Jamaica at the house, and what we are doing, even as we're speaking right now, someone is picking it up and taking it out with those backup battery that we use at those protests in DC, those portable battery generators. So we're taking one of that with the Starlink and try to put it in an affected area where people can't get connectivity, because some people don't have the newer phone with eSIM and have the ability to use the Starlink service that is being currently offered. No, right. So what we are doing is going around. We're self-contained. It's satellite, so it can, once you have a clear view of the sky, it's hotspot, and it's also battery operated, so we're not depending on the grid to provide this connectivity. And we're calling on other people. If you have a solution like that, where you have connectivity, where you have internet at your house, open it up to your neighbors. Let them come, let them plug in your generator, let them charge, let them use your Wi-Fi, because this, we have to get through it together. I wish I had the means to bring down a couple more so we can put them in different places at different centers where people are congregating just to get connected. I've heard from so many people here, Will, that haven't heard from their loved ones. They're like, I still haven't heard from my loved one. And it is days after the storm has passed. And so many communities have been marooned. I was watching TVJ Evening News yesterday, and I saw that one particular community that they visited is totally cut off. You can't get to that community unless you climb over a tree and go through a little narrow way that cross river. Thank you too, Dr. Ben. So that's some of the challenges that people are facing. So I'm appealing to anyone out there. If you have the means, if you have a Starlink sitting at your house that wasn't impacted, and you have anything, maybe a generator, and you can bring it into a community square or somewhere. In our case, we have these backup batteries, battery generators. They can be charged by the sun, so we don't need gasoline. But in some cases, people may have enough petrol or gas to put in their generators and provide these to assist their neighbors. You know, we believe, because our favorite book says, we love our neighbors as ourselves. And the best thing to do is to reach out to people in a case like this. So again, to answer your question, Will, guys, please, we're asking you to visit our website and make a donation, which is freespiritoutreach.org. I'm going to ask the moderator again if you could please put that in the chat and pin it, freespiritoutreach.org. We have people on the ground. We just need the financial support right now to get some of these things. But at least if it's just one little service for one community, where you say every mickle make a muckle, Will. So if it's just 50 people within a community connecting to the Wi-Fi, hey mama, I'm all right, hey uncle, me okay, send something on Western Union, let me get some food or whatever. That can make a difference. And this is what people need after disaster, comfort. I remember when Hurricane Gilbert come, and when the roof gone, the only thing that matters at the time was comfort. And I'm asking everyone, if you have any kind of means or ways to help and assist, please help and assist your brother, because this is what we are, our brothers keeper.
Yeah, and I just want to appreciate that, President. I said, to watch the videos, to stay on the other side of the world and look at the TikTok videos is one. To be on the ground, I was in Montego Bay when I saw, we were in the comfort of a vehicle driving, and I saw people walking for miles with jugs to get water. I saw persons waiting in lines, and it seemed as if they were being limited in terms of how much gasoline they could get. So, you know, just to move around, you have to calculate moving around, because you may move beyond the amount of gas that you can get to refuel a vehicle. So it's very difficult. And as I said, that food, there are persons who have money, but the ATMs are down, the lines are long. It's very frustrating. So, you know, whatever help that can be given is a must. I'm really interested. What the thing I want to do is, we don't have access to power in terms of food. Luckily, I'm in Portland, where we have so many springs, we have so many natural sources of water, so that's not a problem for us. Our biggest challenge in Portland is electricity, and I know for Montego Bay, whatever problem we have is compounded for those persons in Montego Bay and in St. Elizabeth, and those very, you know, mostly hit areas.
Let me just go ahead, President. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Will.
No, I was gonna take the time to put up some of the organizations
that we have up.
Yeah. All right, that's okay, Kevin. No, night, dog.
There's a video. Okay, so Will, right there is a flyer for beside me on so right beside my image, my video is a flyer. That one is for the disaster relief fund. If you can put that one up first, and then there's a video right beside that you could play.
Uh-oh. I'm gone. You have to bring me back. Yeah. Hold on 1 second, folks. We have some huh?
Where you got?
We're not gone away. It's just that you can't see me. No, we have what was it, one video, a couple of videos, we have some pictures, and then alongside we have some foundations that are asking for your assistance so we can help the people in Jamaica. And I think one of them is Nicola's organization, or an organization she's affiliated with. There's
So
one from ISAT, huh?
Here's what I'm gonna do real quickly. As you're there, I'm going to refresh you so that
Yes.
you can come back and you can show the flyer and the video that is up right now. President, I do believe this is your video with non-for-profit helping. So let me go ahead and just refresh you real quick, Will, and bring you back. One other thing I want to say to our listeners is a lot of you want to help. The super chat is there. That's a means of helping. Yes. Thank you, Stella Gray, for that. But get in touch with the organizations that you trust. Right here, right now, we have a few of them that are here presenting and doing things. Some of you know these people. We here on the broadcast personally, we know Prezi. Will, you can add yourself back. We know Prezi. He's been here. He's been doing the work. He was very involved in our June
All of them.
Function.
in Jamaica. Dr. Ben is here. He was there also. So there are people that are around that you can trust. Not everybody trusts the government to say, okay, here's this relief effort that is funded by the government or backed by the government to provide help. Cool, we get that. If you yourself are able to, and you're going into these communities, you manage to get on one of these flights to go to Jamaica, or you've been in Jamaica but you are okay, and you have the means to help, go ahead and connect to the people that are trustworthy or that you trust. You'll always trust an organization until they do you something wrong, and everybody is as good as their last indiscretion. So go ahead and get involved. Not all of us can be directly involved. Some of us have to live vicariously through you who can. Prezi is one who never stops getting involved. I can talk about him because, like I said, I know what he's doing personally. I know Dr. Ben, what he's doing personally. I'm seeing what Nicola is doing, and Will has been seeing personally. Nicola and Dwight, let me not leave him out. Patrick has been involved. We know these things. We know these people. So if you want to get involved anywhere, get in touch with some of these people. They're here, and they've been telling you how to get in touch with them and what they're doing, right? So I know everybody wants to do something. Not everybody can do something. Sometimes it is just to reach out to one of these people and say, hey, listen, I know you're putting in some work. I hope you're drinking some water. I hope you're getting some rest. I'm just saying a prayer for you. Now, this helps the people that are helping people. As one who has done disaster work myself, I know what that is like. So the kind gesture may be all that you can do, but the value of that kind gesture is more than anyone can pay for. Rebel, I think you have some things up.
Yeah, you want to put let me see. Let me skip the container housing. Hold on. Oh, and then also people pay close attention when you make your donations to any website, because invariably you're gonna have scammers out there, and they're gonna spoof a website address, and so you may think that you're sending it to A when you're actually sending it to B, and your money's gone. So please pay attention to that. Nicola, go ahead before I put this.
Yeah, really, I mean, it's about, for me, it's time, talent, treasure, right? And so sometimes if you have the time, there's lots of, with us at Source Farm, there's a number of projects that are ongoing and even in support of this that you can actually come and help. So I'm actually asking a lot of Jamaican folks, they need to come out. We have a 70 by 30 foot greenhouse. We need people to come help us plant up every seed tray I could get my hands on and bags and put stuff in the ground. So we're going to be starting that initiative. We're in St. Thomas. And we're going to probably run a bus on the Saturday to come out and people can come help put seeds in the tray. If it's just that much, put a seed in the tray and help us make sure there's, that food security thing I've been talking about. Let's do that. So if you can't go all the way, and sometimes too many people going in one direction causes more problem. But if you can't do that, we have work we can do with you in Kingston at Hope Gardens, at the farmers market. We can have you do some stuff there, and also even coming out to the research station for that. So that's the time. We have a number of people that have the capacity. We're talking about solar, Dr. Ben. There's people that understand that. Come together and help us come up with what is the best system that we could possibly put together. That kind of technology stuff as well. We are talking about water. People trying to send all these plastic bottles of water around. Let's make some filters. Let's show them how to put the filters together. Where's the charcoal, the sand, the gravel? That is a much more sustainable system because you're not waiting to go a water store to go buy the water. You're actually filtering your own water. So those are the kind of things that we should be working with folks to do. And again, maybe you have talent or time. Treasure, if you don't have anything else and you have money to send money to help purchase some of these things. What's beautiful about our projects and anything that's on the ground, we've been there for 20 years. Anything that we're doing is nothing new. It's something that we've been talking about for many, many years. You can come and you can see us. Because some of these things, it's online, you don't even know who they are. You can drive over to us. We're at Source Farm. We're at the research station in Peartree River, or we're around the island, actually on the ground doing the work at the various demonstration sites. So if you're in a particular space or you have a particular parish that you want to support, you can do that because we have sites in every single parish that we're doing work out of, right? Like eastern parishes that weren't hit, I already put them to work. I just sent to start putting seeds in, any seeds we can get, any seeds you have to start putting it in. So those are the kind of things that we can do. So there's always something that you can do. And this is a perfect time for us as Jamaicans to really come together and, put your money where your mouth is. Not when boat runs or you hear some reggae music, are you really then, oh yeah, I'm Jamaican. But this is the time we need everybody to all hands on deck. So there's always something that you can do. Even as you do it, you do a prayer, because that is also very important for us to, shift that energy, right, around things.
Nicola, one thing you need to add to it. Mm-hmm. I like the point about the bottled water because Jamaica is land of water. Source, tell every organization that are shipping, source their pills for water purification.
Yes.
Available.
Yes.
That would be instead of the water, send the pills to folks so that, they can collect the water. We have water all over,
right.
Just a pill inside it can go a gallon or so of water.
Right. And to be honest, the systems that are there, I mean, the charcoal, if you get poisoned, what do? You're having a charcoal pill. We just taught everybody how to make biochar. There's filters, these things work, Berkey filters, or just, we're going to be sending around the flyer about how to make them for yourselves. There's some material that is needed, but that's the kind of stuff. We want people to be able to not have to go to the store and buy something. You can do it. Once you get that system in place, as a matter of fact, everybody's household, Dr. Benwood can tell you the same thing. For everybody's household, we should be using these filters. We don't know what's in that pipe water from NWC, what chlorine they put in there, and then you have problems later on. So there are systems that are already there. Nothing Everything is a brand new thing. It's something that, but we just haven't incorporated in our life. And no, this is the opportunity to do so and to support what we're doing.
And save the plastic bottles too, because God.
All that plastic.
Yeah, get rid of them. Don't send no water in plastic bottle and all this.
It's not good for us.
Send the pills.
Yep.
And just to add to what Nicole is saying, because one thing I want to emphasize that she's saying what is the word sustainable, because sustainable in the sense of a lot of what we want to focus on is things that we don't necessarily need to import. The knowledge is here, the raw material is here. What we need is a knowledge base, trained persons, so that they can utilize what they have on the ground. Because right now, in some instances, because of how badly damaged the road network and infrastructure are, in some cases, persons, it's difficult to wait for the products and for these items to be shipped and then to distribute them. Because again, what Nicole is saying is, I can be a witness to that, is that if the knowledge base was in place, the impact wouldn't be as devastating, because people would have the skills and the know-how and wouldn't be waiting on the crisis for them to start to react. So rather than being reactive, we are proactive. So again, this storm is a wake-up call. It shows us the importance of being equipped and being skillful in being able to do certain things, and not wait until our back is against the wall. In other words, we don't wait until we need. We get the knowledge and the skills, just in case we need it.
Compost toilets. I'm going to throw that one last thing out, and because we have to look at the whole system, right? So where everybody go bathroom now, them house blow down. So that is going to be a health crisis, because they're going to put it in a bag and skite it, or wherever it is pooping. Composted toilets, simple bucket system, sawdust or other kind of material you put in there, and at least it's it's not going to be now part of the groundwater going into the rivers that people are going to now have to go into, because so it's a whole systems approach, and we keep hammering that out. So when we're going down to Westmoreland, we're bringing our compost toilets with us, and we're going to be showing people, because a lot of people don't know these things. That's why we're kind of highlighting about the water purifications and the things that we actually can do ourselves and have access to. So yeah, I do have to run, because there's a lot of organization that needs to happen for tomorrow.
All right.
And because I'm in Kingston going to, I just want to put in my last word is, I said, I just came to Kingston. We got a system that will allow us to do some work tomorrow. But if there's anybody who is listening and can help us, I know Prezi, if we could get a whole one of those systems that would allow us to be able to work remotely in terms of electricity, we would be grateful. We just went and did a casting at a store in Kingston. We have the invoices here. It's about $3,000 US. That would allow us to have a system that would be functional. As I said, this is an invoice. I don't know if it's good to put the company there, but it's a company that we just went and they gave us discounts to, because they still need it. We tell them what we do, and they're able to give us a nice system for about $3,000 US. That would allow us to be.
Dr. Ben, put out your number. Somebody is asking for your number, Lady General Fergie.
All right, so it's 365. Now you can get me on 876-365-1131. That's 876-365-1131. And Nicole, I'm gonna call you as soon as I can, because I want to be a part of your effort going into the West.
Right. Tomorrow, yeah. We'll see what time you're leaving, what time we're leaving, and we can caravan together.
Right. All right. So thank you, Ratty. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you for having us. And we hope to see ourselves just go through this storm together and rise again.
Indeed. Thanks for joining. All right.
And don't forget to call me about the seeds. I'll help you get that stuff for you, because people need them. All right. Much peace.
All right. Take care, Nicola. Dwight, big up yourself. We'll be in touch. Safe trip.
Thank you.
Safe and successful trip. Okay. Let me just put up a couple of things here. We have here it is. ISAT. I think most of you can recognize the man in the middle there, the man in the middle in black. he has a GoFundMe. There it is. Support ISAP Buchanan's rebuilding efforts, and they're looking to raise 100,000. So far, they have 2,246. So it's a GoFundMe. So if you're so inclined, please go over and support the effort. It was not directed, but they suffered over there as well, and we saw the video. So please, whatever you can do. Then here's another one. This is Jaja Foundation. This is one that's well known throughout the diaspora. You can just Google Jaja Foundation, and then you just click on a button, and then they'll tell you how you can provide assistance. Who else do we have up here, Kevin? Oh,
Lasco is there.
Oh man, we get kick off again.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
All right, I got you.
Here's one from another. Okay. We have another one here that's coming up. It's another GoFundMe from Maria
Golata.
Yeah. They have an initiative going on over in East Jamaica. And they were struggling because when the USAID funds were cut, it hit them really, really hard. And this hurricane has made it even worse. So
let me
sorry, Kevin, go ahead.
Let me go ahead and
No, I'm sorry. All right, yeah. So please go over there and support that effort as well. And we have a couple more we want to show you before we finish the segment.
Right. So let me just bring you back on, Will.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what's going on with your attacks today. Prezi, I never gonna get to my Starlink, you know.
Yeah. No say it make eyes out here.
I don't know. And what also has been happening is the connection. Wait, let me borrow the mouse. Sorry, a second.
No, you have it. I'm not troubling it. Mm-mm.
Oh, really?
Mm-mm.
Mercy.
I'm nowhere near it. You want me to move it up to it?
No. It's good. Okay. That should have you coming back shortly. Yeah, we see. There we go. Just add yourself back in now, Will. Right. So
to share the screen now, bring this on. I think Prezi has one up there.
Yeah, right beside me. So between Prezi and I, you'll see both a flyer and a video.
Okay, so let me just show them Maria's. This is Maria Golata. She's been on the program before. Very nice lady, hardworking. Jamaica is her home now. She was born in Italy, but Jamaica is her home, and she has taken her time and treasure to help some of these children from broken homes. She's doing a terrific job, and as I said, funding was cut. They were struggling, and this has made it even worse. So please go ahead and support her. This is another person that we know of and about. Which one is this one? I don't say Prez's.
It's right between where Prezi and I are. On
this one right here?
Yes.
This one.
The video. No.
Oh, here's another one. Lasco Chin Foundation. And Rosalie Hamilton, our dear sister, she's associated with this foundation, Lasco Chin. So you can get involved with these folks as well. Just check them out. They have your donation. They have a $20 food package. They have a $30 women and children relief package. a corner shop package, a cook shop package, whatever you can do to help, just go to Lasco Foundation, Lasco Chin Foundation, and assist there. Which one is the one for Prezi?
When you look on not on the website tabs,
Where?
right below where you would add to the broadcast. So right between Prezi and I, you see the flyer.
This one right here?
Right on StreamYard.
All right, hold on a second. Let me remove this. This is the one you're talking.
Right, that's a flyer.
This one is for Nicola, right?
That's Nicola and Dwight.
Mhm.
That's their organization.
Source Farm and GWG. And then, this is the one for Prezi right here.
Right, that's a video.
Okay, here we go.
These right here are just a few of the supplies that Free Spirit Outreach has collected in just a matter of days. But of course, time is of the essence. So the goal is to get it to Jamaica as soon as possible. But I learned that may be easier said than done. Days after major Hurricane Melissa
The place is largely unrecognizable.
ravaged parts of Jamaica,
Everybody's saying we are ready to rebuild.
some families who've lost nearly everything
We are done, but we are not out.
are rising through the wreckage.
We have proven before that we're a resilient nation, and we will be again.
Resiliency that may face shortages
As much help as we can get from all of our neighbors,
as supplies are limited.
it's going to be needed.
Our Angie Toussaint spoke with Doug Gore, who lives in Jamaica.
Right now we have our generator running for the last 2 days. We're all out of water. Nobody has water out here.
He owns a shipping company on the island, and he told her as of Wednesday, ports were closed and airports damaged.
I'm just sitting here just wondering, just business-wise, when are our ports going to open up back to be able to even receive goods.
But the nonprofit Free Spirit Outreach says some ports have reopened.
They drop off, donate, close, all donations, yes.
In just a few days,
We thank everyone for the overwhelming support.
they've collected several of these blue bins full of donated supplies.
We want to get these additional stuff there in hands ASAP.
As the team sorts through donations, they need tens of thousands of dollars to pay for a shipping container to get it to Jamaica as early as Friday.
Getting help is one of the things that brings comfort,
Reporting in West Palm Beach,
and that's what we want to do.
I'm Joel Lopez.
Yeah, man. Congrats, my brethren. Congrats. Job well done, but I don't expect any less. You know what I mean? So,
It's less of congrats and more like thanks.
yeah, indeed.
Yeah.
It's more like thanks. You know,
And it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, Will and Kev. And Patrick will tell you, when you're sacrificing for someone, it is a lot. I remember even Friday, going to bed Friday morning at 2 a.m. and have to get right back out of bed at 5 minutes to 4 a.m. Only just little bit under 2 hour worth of sleep.
You get
just
a nap.
to continue this effort. Yeah, I just got a nap.
It's all right.
It's a lot of sacrifice.
That's oversleeping for Will, so it don't make sense to talk.
I was just about to say he's in training.
Hey, listen. Then things catch up on you, like me, I love my sleep. But I just want to say, we need the support, and I'm asking it. And I didn't see the website. Nobody put up the website, but I want people to be able to go to freespiritoutreach.org and just follow the link on the website. We have all the information that you will need. We are a 501c3 organization. All your donations are tax deductible, so you can totally write it off, and it's 100%. But we need, at this point, we are down $18,000 for our first phase. So we really need 18K to really mobilize the team. And it's not a lot of money for you, Patrick, but for us, Patrick is laughing like 18K. What is this guy is so cheap? I'm sorry, but
Jamaican dollars are really good. Jamaican dollars.
US. We don't have politicians and mayors, writing us campaign promise checks. You know, we have the good-hearted people that comes to Rattigan University. So I'm asking everyone that is watching the broadcast today, the almost 1,000 of you that's watching, please, we're appealing to you. Go to our website. And if you could just put up the website for me, because I know your statement is changing
the
in 2
website
minutes.
is there. Right,
Where's
right by me. The same place where you shared the flyer from.
this one right here?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. All right. So yeah, so this is a website. Once you go there, if you scroll down a little bit, and if you're watching it, you can even scan the QR code on a new phone. The drop-off locations are there. These are some of what we've been doing. This is another broadcast that we've been trying to get the word out in the media, but we really need your support. You will not find any issue going and finding the donate button on the website. And please, whatever you can, every little bit is a much. So we have drop-off location there. We have some suggested donation. You know, whatever you can do, please follow the link. We have the ideas for people who are close by any one of these drop-off locations that you can, what you can donate, what we need. But for most of you who might be far away, please, the funds is what we need. We're going to be buying a lot of these things through our partners I was mentioning earlier. Some of these distributors, they have reached out themselves. We didn't have to call them, but they reached out because they want to make a difference. They want to contribute, and they will give us the cost of these things way below wholesale price. So our dollar will go further. Your dollar will go further. And the good thing about our organization, none of our staff members are paid. We're all a volunteer organization. I thank God that I have the means and the ability to do this without needing to have a salary. But I can't do it all from my pocket because it costs a lot. And when you click on the donate button, like you're seeing right now, you should be given this option if your computer is a little bit faster. So it's loading.
Let me just add this piece here. Somebody just sent me a message. They said Prezi made a brilliant suggestion. A lot of people sending stuff without needs assessment and logistics. And this person bought some shirts to provide clothing, but they bought the shirts locally. And she said a lot of the resources are there, but we have to buy local to support the economy and job stability. So she said,
precisely.
Right.
Yes. So we definitely need that. So you can do a one-time donation. You can do a monthly or an annual support. Everything, just click where you see the zero, type in the amount you want to give. And then once you hit donate, then that will work. And if you have a PayPal account, or if you have a Apple Pay or Android Pay, it will convert that into whatever digital payment you have. So just type it in there. I was really looking forward for that 10K, but it's all good. We'll get there. We'll get there. But I thought Patrick, I was like, Patrick is like, yeah, that's my kind of donation. So I was like, thank you, Patrick.
Yeah.
But we'll get there. But for everybody watching, please support this cause. And we put, as we'll say, we put our money where our mouth is. We don't just talk. This is what we do. We go out and we serve. And of course, we have the volunteer tab. And we've been getting a lot of people volunteering for here and in Jamaica. But of course, without the supplies, without the money, where am I going to volunteer? How am I going to do it? So please, guys, just come over to the website, freespiritoutreach.org. Or if you want a shorter one, just put fsocharity.org. Brings you to the same location, and your contribution and your donation will go a long way. I did see 2 donations came in since I've been on the program. I'm not sure if it is based on them being on the program, but I want to thank those 2 people who donated, and want to say we appreciate you. and for your contribution. But we really, really, really need your support. So those two people, if you don't mind, Rosemary K, I won't call your full government name, and Carol S, thank you so much for your donation. And we're really hoping that others will come on board, join us, because, you know, support your people and support who are doing this thing for real, not for gain, not for notoriety, but to help our fallen brothers and sisters. Thank you so much.
Contact information here, Prezi.
Oh, I'm gonna put it back up.
Yes,
Sorry.
sir.
It's right there.
Yes.
Contact
So that's the
email.
website.
Yeah. And
Phone
the contact
number.
Yeah. Screenshot that, folks. All right. Listen. We're gonna run now. I'll do another segment because we're prepared for ZAHRA Burton to come on. But what I'd like to do at this point is, Prezi, give us some parting words. And by the way, don't be a stranger, because this is an ongoing thing. So we expect you to come back even for 30 minutes next week and just give us an update, and then we make another plea for support. So give us some parting words, and then I'll go to Patrick for his parting words, and then we'll move to the next segment.
Yes, absolutely. Well, again, thank you so much. As you know, I am a resident adjunct professor here also, just on a sabbatical, but, you know, behind the scenes, and, you know, always I'm a part of the team, but I still want to continue some of the other great things that we're doing in so many different spaces, and especially here in the humanitarian space. And for those of us in the diaspora, like what me said, my neighbor string cut at Jamaica. I love Jamaica. It's my favorite city. And well, Kingston is my favorite city, but my heart is for Jamaica. And for those of us who have been blessed to being given the opportunity to live here in the United States and to work and to, you know, pull ourselves up so that we can contribute to this country in the US, but also to Jamaica. It's a great privilege. And I'm so thankful for the opportunity and the privilege for, you know, being able to give back to the land of my birth. But we need technology support. We need Starlink. We need hotspot stations across the country in desperate communities that are marooned. They are easy to set up, and it is something that will go a long way and help a lot of people to get connected and stay connected. We need your financial support, especially to mobilize our volunteer team and to get these things in Jamaica and on the ground, and to get transportation to move around the country. We have identified several areas. One of our team member that's in charge of reconnaissance, they're out there right now looking and doing all of these needs assessments today as we're speaking on this program. So they're already in Western Jamaica. They're going through some of the most impacted community. Black River, they've already gotten help from the Jamaica Defense Force, from a lot of NGOs are going into like the city centers. But what about that little way up in the bush there when nobody not think about or talk about? Those people are also Jamaicans. Those people may not necessarily get the help because no one wants to climb over trees and cross river to go help their brothers and sisters. But our team is on the ground, and we need you right now. And don't forget the mental health. People are stressed out because it affects your mind. It affects your mind. It affects your mind. So you have this trusted partnership with Free Spirit Outreach, and as President here, Mr. President, as the president of Free Spirit, you know the money is going to go to your people. The money is going to go to the people who really need it. Please help us raise this 18K. It is absolutely necessary right now, and your help will go a long way. Thank you so much, Will, Kev, and I just want to appreciate you guys. And of course, we'll be here. And yes, we'll be back next week to talk some more. Patrick, keep up the good work, my brother. And please remember, if you need some help on the ground, we already have a team there that can help unload what you guys unloading, help you pack, help you sort out, whatever you're doing. Our team is willing. We don't have to be the one who provide it, you know. We just get it for work. And that's all we want. I'm going down myself. I'm never stay a fine and I send money, you know, because I want to go. Some people cannot go. They don't have the freedom. They don't own their own business like me, where you could just leave a staff and you go. But I have the ability to do that, and I'll be there with my boots up. They can't see me fly, but I still go. I say I'm still going. And I'm going there to play a part in the recovery, in the relief, and then still be there for the recovery. Thank you, Will.
All right, link me too so we can share stuff. All right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So my parting words, there, Will, and
yeah, go ahead.
And those who are listening today in my field, you know, I'm a PI, really. In other words, that's what my daughter gave me the title when I retired. I'm a professional idler. And my friends say that I'm the busiest retired person they see. But I mean, when God called you to do work, you have to do work and everything. So my neighbor string cut on our place near Water Square, the first place in the Western Hemisphere to have water running in the homes is at Water Square in Falmouth. That's where my neighbor string is going. But I'm not really worried about Falmouth because that is going to be in place because there's so many gifted people from the area. But my thing is that today we celebrate All Saints Day. And my saints are the members, the hard workers like Prezi of the diaspora, like Will and Kevin, who is his backbone and all this stuff. Because, you know, one hand can't clap. And one of the vexing things for me, what is happening now, and I've written a few opinion pieces on it, is that we need, like the diaspora is working together in a unified way. We need to see that reflected in Jamaica with the leadership of the government. They alone can't do it. It's a all hands effort. Whether no PNP, no JLP, Jamaicans have to do the work together. And that is how I grew up in Falmouth. We were a part of clubs. When storm come, all the clubs, despite the fight on the soccer field or when we had a track and field, which was my thing, when anything happened, we come together and work and get the job done. And then by the time we reach at the piers and we start cuss each other and yell at each other and make joke. But that's the way it is. So what we need that spirit to go from here is to send it to Jamaica. And all the efforts that that is coming to me is not about me. It's about getting the work done. And if I can send $1 from what I get, the dollar is the other side because it's gonna hit the one place. So you might buy cornmeal, we might buy flour, our pork. A ratty shoot. It's
the other white meat.
I know. But we all got to work our hands together. And my pledge is that whatever we are doing, it's just for the Jamaican, for our brothers, our siblings who are the lost and the least in this thing. So it's not about anything accolades for anybody. And, Ratty will deal with the global Jamaica diaspora thing. I'm behind you 110%. The other 5% are for me. But, God bless you all. And, remember to turn back the clock for those of us living in the United States.
Oh, tonight.
Yeah, tonight. You understand? You get an hour extra sleep today. All right?
Yeah.
All right, peace, man. And Kevin,
all right.
Thank you for what you do.
Prezi, we'll talk soon.
Right.
Patrick, thanks for being here.
Yeah, man.
All right.
Easy, Prezi.
All right. Folks, that was an informative segment, and also a touching segment because touching in physically and emotionally, we have to touch people where they are. And it's also emotional in the sense you see what they're going through. And we have no options. We have to help. It's just that simple. Some people, Kevin, they were talking about the bonds and all of that stuff. I'm not going to go back to that because we already talked about it. And so we're going to put something out so that you can go look, and, you know, there are some references you can go read up about it. Next week, if you have questions, we can go into it. What we'd like to do now, go ahead.
I wanted to say a couple of things.
Okay.
A few of our listeners, a couple of our listeners had messaged me. One of them currently in Mandeville. That's where she lives, and she's saying no light, no. She doesn't have any light. They project round about the 26th before they get electricity in Mandeville where she is, and no water. And there's another one of our listeners messaged me and said her daughter has Starlink and a generator and has been providing this kind of service to her neighbors in the community. She was more protected, and whereas there's effects around the house, there wasn't any real damage to the house itself. So they're good there. Generator, Starlink, so you have connection, and the neighbors come by and they charge their phone, they reach out to the people wherever they can reach out to them. So we have people that are a part of us, not on this panel, just regular listeners that are going through it on one end where they need the help, and we have those that are going through it where they're providing some assistance to the community. So kudos to that are out there helping. Truly appreciate love that you put in and the ways that you are helping. Thank you.
Okay. Somebody had asked about ISAT thing. Here it is. I don't have any additional information. Kevin was just telling me that you can just go to GoFundMe and put in some keywords or key phrases, and it should bring it up. It should bring up this site.
Yeah,
So
if you look for Isaac Buchanan's rebuilding efforts,
this one right here, yeah,
you should be able to connect with it. It should come up, and you're able to find them. Why
Yeah.
Isaac look like
support Isaac Buchanan's rebuilding efforts, right? Yeah, Isaac look. Let me go. Him they look like a real busherman, right? Him have the you country, him have the cutlass now.
Paul Bogle inspire him or something. They want to fight war.
So there you go, folks. What we're going to do now is, in preparation for ZAHRA Burton, she's coming on. We're going to switch focus a little bit. But remember, I did say to you that we're going to take a little break so that you can go and sign up. Where is it, Kevin? Again, direct me, please. The website for the Global Diaspora Council.
Right. So, beside
we're asking, we're just going to take a short break. We're not leaving. We're going to be here, but we're just going to I'll play the theme song so that you guys can go on and actually register. We're trying to influence you to exert your right to vote in the diaspora. And let me be clear. If you live in Jamaica, if your address is in Jamaica, you're not qualified to vote in the diaspora election. Now, I do know that you have some people who have green cards and have an address here, but then they live in Jamaica. Those people, I believe they're eligible to vote. But if you live in Jamaica, if you don't have a green card, you live in Jamaica, you can't vote. I don't think it will allow you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So,
guys, vote, and you have. Oh, let me just put this up, because here's one of the things, people. I hear complaints all the time about the diaspora. I hear it from people in the diaspora, and I hear the complaints from people living in Jamaica. And they say, "Oh, we can't." They're frustrated, and so they're ready to quit. Because you know why? They're accepting the things that they cannot change. And so they give an explanation. And the explanation is, I saw the thing said, for them think that blah, 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 blah. No. Change the things that you won't accept. And what you won't accept is you won't accept a Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. That doesn't represent you. You cannot support an organization that is supposed to represent you, but is representing the government of Jamaica. And I'm serious when I say that, people. And in due course, I will show you the document that they operate under. And that document clearly states that it's run by the government of Jamaica. So all of you who live in the diaspora and you need a little help with the immigration issues, with medical issues, with all landlord, you name it, you have a little issue. Is it Global Jamaica Diaspora legal in the US? Very good question, Larkland. Very good question. It is not. It is not. And you know why it is not registered and it's not a legal entity in America? Because it's run by the Jamaican government, and therefore they cannot make it a 501c3 because 3 of the 4 people occupying the position of the positions of authority, they're Jamaican government officials. And that's why they can't even raise money legally. They can't come out and raise money legally. They have to, whatever they're doing, they have to do it under the cover of darkness. If they're raising money, they can't come out and say we're raising money as a global, because the question is, well, wait a minute, are you a charitable organization? Why are you raising, the who, what, where, when, why, how? Those questions are going to come up. And they're going to see that, wait a minute, this is a Jamaican government entity running this thing here. And that's one of the reasons why I'm running, because we have to change it. We have to change the structure. We have to bring it out of the darkness and into the light. We have to move it from being an illegal entity. And when I say illegal, meaning that some of the things they're doing, they shouldn't be doing. They really can get, they really can get themselves into trouble for some of the things that they're doing. So we are fighting to make it truly a diaspora organization, because right now it's acting. The name is Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, and the key word there is diaspora. But it's that's the name, but it's acting like the Global Jamaica Government Council. Just replace diaspora with because if you look at their terms of reference, if you look at their Bible, if you look at the way they operate, their operating procedures, everything is about the government. And the one time they talk about the government helping the diaspora members, it says, we're going to help you to prosper in your country. Ask yourself the question, when was the last time the Jamaican government helped anyone to prosper in America? When was the last time it helped you? You watching the program now. Tell me, when was the last time? If it has ever happened. That's even a more pertinent question. Have you ever been allowed to prosper as a result of the Jamaican government helping you in the diaspora? Because that's one of their mandates, to help you prosper wherever you live overseas. So I guess the prosper that they're talking about is when these representatives can cozy up to them and get the red carpet treatment when they go to Jamaica, and they can get invited to the hoity-toity functions. And it's all about personal attachments. That's what it is. Where will people's private and personal information be stored? I have been told that it's done out of a university in the Northeast, and that after 3 months they destroy information, that it's not given to the Jamaican government. Take it for whatever it's worth. But you can't let that stop you from voting. Don't let it, because this is what they're depending on, that people won't vote. The person who's in charge of the Northeast, the person who's our representative, if you live in Vermont or Virginia, the person who represents you, she won, and I'm being told that it's close to 1 million Jamaicans, first and second generations. I'm being told that, well, it's documented, she won with 95 votes. Not won by 95 votes, She won with 95 votes. 95 people voted for her. 95 out of almost 1 million. Mm-hmm. And tell me, people, have you ever heard of this lady? And if you have ever heard of this lady, tell me, what has she done to help your community? What? But there's more. There's more. we're going to show that she's been controlled. And when I say controlled, she's been directed. She's receiving her directions from the government of Jamaica. I remember asking her a question one time, and she said, I have to go back to the ministry and find out. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. I was saying to myself, who do you represent? Why you have to go to the ministry to find out stuff about what we should be doing here? You know? Online G. I understand that you don't want to do it. You don't feel comfortable uploading your ID. That's your right. All I'm saying is that people, if you want change, if you, because here's the thing now, not all of you, some of you have called me up and you've asked me for assistance. Some of you have assisted, some of you I've referred you elsewhere, and some of you I just couldn't assist. But at least I'm trying. No, I'm actually doing her job. So you say, if you don't vote, I want to make her win, you can't call me, no. You cannot call me, because if you call, I'm going to give you her details. I'm going to give you the email address that she uses, the official one for the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. I'm going to give that to you and tell you, go ask her for any assistance you need. I'm just making that clear.
I thought we had put that up, though. The individuals that were the information that we had for the GJDC. I thought we had put that up already.
You can put the website again, please, so that we just show the people joining us now that they can just go there and vote.
Oh, you can share it from. Oh, let's take that down.
Let me take
it from here.
Where?
I'm sharing it from my side.
Oh, this you're talking about. Oh, all right. Here it is.
Yeah.
There it is. Where's the first one? The very first one, the advertisement, so that they can see the website.
Oh, the Connect Me. I just had it up to, let me.
Yeah. So, folks, they can't buy your vote, Oh, Loxley said get a thing saying 403 forbidden. I don't know what's going on there. Sonia Jackson says, can you explain how to vote? Okay. Sonia, big this up, Kevin, so Sonia can see this. And Sonia and people similarly situated to Sonia, they can see the website. All right, there it is. Just go to www.connectmeja.com. That's the website. And Jody is saying the link says 403 forbidden. Just keep trying. Just keep trying. And Sonia, once you click on that and you get through, you're gonna see these three boxes below: voter registration, nominate, check vote. Just concentrate on the first two from the left: voters registration and nominate. Right? Voter registration, that's you registering to vote, and the only thing it asks you for is an ID. Could be a driver's license, anything, and just a picture ID. Yes, confused friendly robot. Yes, you can vote. And when you vote, there's a gentleman by the name of Jeffrey Tavares who's running down in that region. You may want to consider his candidacy. I don't know if anybody else running down there, but I do know that Jeffrey Tavares is running there. And we have some folks in the UK and Canada running. We'll tell you more about them next week. But time is running out for you to register and vote. It's saying 403 forbidden. Just keep trying. Some people, they went through this process several times before they were able to get through. But this is so important that you have to keep trying and vote. Did it crash, or are they being mischievous? Your guess is as good as mine. Look, they rejected my application, right? Because they asked me to do something that wasn't compulsory. And then they said, yeah, it's compulsory. And even if you go now and you look at it, it says optional. Optional means not compulsory. But they're telling me that. Yes. Yeah, not required. Yeah, sorry. Not required. Right. So Yes, Jillian. Yes, Jeffrey Tavares is a person I know that is voting. I mean, that is running. So, all right, make a move this, Kevin. People, there it is. And I have it now. You have no excuse, none whatsoever. If you live out west of California region, please access the thing and prepare yourself to vote. The South, same thing. Northeast is my region. So if you live anywhere from Vermont on the East Coast, from Vermont down to Virginia, you have to get that. I'm in Connecticut. Yes. Just Sunday bless. Yes, if you live in Connecticut, you can vote. And listen, let me tell you something. If you're looking for somebody who's gonna kowtow to the politicians, if you're looking for somebody, a candidate who's going to take instructions from politicians, if you're looking for somebody who's going to that you support going to all the fancy parties and all the events with these officials, trying to get into their Rolodexes, if you're looking for somebody who doesn't really care about what's going on in the diaspora, they care more about what they can get out of the position. If you're looking for somebody who's going to have their first conference in the third year, in the last year before the election, they didn't do it the first year, didn't do it the second year, they have the first time they're having it is now. If you're looking for somebody who's going to do all of those things, then don't vote for me. Don't. And I'll be fine. Don't. Because I'm not that guy. I'm not that person. If you think I'm going to sit there and let these officials dictate to me, no. You know who can dictate to me? You. You vote me there. So what happens is that everything that them talk about that I think is of interest to you, I am going to come to you and say, listen, here's the plan. Here's what they're planning. Here's what I'm thinking. Give me your ideas. Criticize mine, come up with something. You give that to me, and then I go back to them. But they're not going to tell me, and I just make a decision without conferring with the people who elected me to represent them. No Sankey, no sing so. Not gonna work. So if you're looking for somebody, what was that, Kevin?
Wait, no, I didn't say anything.
Okay, so if you're looking for somebody who's going to do all of those things, then please just ignore me. You know, just ignore me and just continue with your life. But if you're looking for somebody who's going to stand up to these people and is going to tell them no, because you know when the answer is no, because I will not do anything without conferring with you, my people. I'll come to you and say, here's the idea. Talk to me. Make us figure out how we can approach this with the government. Because first thing is that the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council is supposed to be a standalone. And no matter your mindset, you have to agree with this, that the Jamaican government should not be running the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. Should not. It doesn't matter what your philosophy in life is. It doesn't matter what your station in life is. It doesn't matter what political party you support. It doesn't matter what religious organization you begin with. Simple logic, simple justice should tell you that you can't have somebody living in Jamaica representing you living overseas. And the organization is supposed to be an overseas organization.
Right. Make it make sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. But Kevin, we have a few minutes left. You have the letter. You have the letter. I think you have a letter. I sent you the letter. Michelle Tolan Neil's letter. Yeah, go back in the go back in the.
That would be in your email.
Email, yeah. Go back in the email because we have to redact some things off of it.
All right.
What can you know when someone voted? The third part of it, Doreen Vassell. You remember the first one is to register, the second one is to nominate, and the third one is to check your vote. So when you vote, you will know. I don't know. I don't think you will know when someone other than you voted. I don't know about that. Freedom Project JSWV. I think that's West Virginia. I think West Virginia is part of they're considered part of the Northeast. I'm not sure. I will check. I know Virginia is. You go back in the thing there, Kevin?
This was a document that...
Show it over yourself. No, not that document.
Okay.
Thing, I'll show you. Pull up the thing on this screen and I'll show you. And folks, what we're going to show you, I hope to get to it before ZAHRA gets here. I'm going to show you why the Integrity Commission should temporarily be put out of commission. And I know some people, they take umbrage. They take offense to the fact that I am criticizing Integrity Commission. But keep this in mind. When somebody is doing something wrong, you need to stand up and criticize, if for no other reason, that they will see the goodness, the truth, the purity of what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
It makes sense. And then they will take corrective action. You can't sit down and just think that people are going to make the change, because the same thing is going to happen. Hold on a second. Let me go through this thing with Kevin. Is it this? No. It's before this, Kevin. This one, Kevin. Just take out this. Take out the headers and this. Just take out all of this. I just need from right here. I just want to show the people something. I just need from right here.
All right,
you can
let me see if I can just copy this.
Yeah, that's all I need. Yeah. I'm going to show you something, people. I'm going to show you the foolishness that is going on. And I'm going to show you today, and I'm going to show you next week, and I'm going to sear it in your mind so that you see what leadership should not look like. Should not look like. Make sure. Yes, that's it, Kevin. Yes.
Yeah, I just copy that section.
Yeah, and we're talking about Integrity Commission. We're talking about the Integrity Commission, and I'm going to show you that you hear people say, oh, Integrity Commission is supposed to come out with steps so that the offending parliamentarians could go to prison. I am going to show you something indicating that Integrity Commission should go to prison. Members of the Integrity Commission. Start this up. You don't say you start at the head of the stream. Well, we could start with Integrity Commission as well. They need to reform what they're doing over there. I'm going to show you how they violated a law. A law that they're holding people to. They're saying to people, no, you can't do this, we can do, you can't do it. And I'm going to show you how they violated it. Let me just put up this one piece of Kevin will show me, and then we'll just quickly switch to that. It's here?
Yeah, 1 second.
Okay, can move that one then. Stay with me, people. Because you know that we don't come around here and talk about people willy-nilly. We have to have something.
So next
time you're older than 35, you cannot vote. No, that's not true. Black -23 beauty. No, if you're under 18, you can't vote for the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council candidates. You can only vote for the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council Youth or Youth Council. For the youth, then you have to be under 18. If you're over 18, you vote for people like me. All right.
Now, people, I want to say this for any other people who say, "Oh, this could be made up and whatever." Next week, I'll print the email as it is and redact the information that needs to be redacted. Just have the time for it now. Just copy the information that is relevant to what Will is talking about right now.
All right. Folks, remember I talked to you about leadership and who you represent and all of that stuff. I am going to show you a letter now that our representative, if you live in the Northeast, our representative sent out to the selected few of our group, because most of you, I would hazard a guess, before you started hearing it from us around here, that you didn't know that there was an organization that represents you or should represent you. You didn't know that people in the diaspora voted for the representative. That it's not the voting is not done in Jamaica. The voting is done in America, in Canada, in the UK. But the people who are elected, it appears as if they're working for the Jamaican government. It appears as if they're working. When I say working, not getting paid, but they're doing things at the behest of the Jamaican government, because what it says is that you are going to work on our national priorities. It's a long story. It's an amazing story. But here is the letter. We're going to go through this email. Here we go. See that? All right, there you go. From Michelle Tolonil to the Northeast to Diaspora, right? Look at what she says. She's sending this out. She didn't send it to me, by the way. I'm not on this thing. I don't know why, but I'll leave you to speculate. I'm not in the group. But it says here, greetings. I trust this message fine. Let me get my thing out ready, Kevin. I trust this message finds you in good health and high spirits. I wish to extend my sincere. You can say, everybody can say that. Let me just take it down one so we can get. You can say that, Kevin?
Yes.
All right. I wish to extend my sincere gratitude for your support and dedication during first highlight inaugural Northeast Diaspora Conference held in June. That is of this year. Now, what is inaugural Northeast? It means the first one. Keep in mind, she's been there almost 3 years now. She's been there almost 3 years. Just had the first one 4 months ago. Right? It says, your contribution was instrumental to the success of the event, and I remain deeply appreciative. That's questionable. I heard it wasn't, but let's just give her credit. Let's just say that it was. It was a success. It says, I'm pleased to inform you that in recognition of the conference's impact, again, I heard that there was no impact or just low impact. Make we highlight that one. Conference's impact. In recognition of the conference's impact, it could be negative impact or positive impact. We don't know, but apparently she's saying, based on the rest of the statement, she's saying that it was a positive impact. Positive impact on who? Mm-hmm. On who? She said, I have been invited, notice the word, by the Honorable Minister Orlando Terrelong to host a similar conference in February 2026, 4 months from now. Now, here's why this is interesting. You are, based on their policy, you have a conference in the off year. What do I mean by that? They have a conference in Jamaica every 2 years. So the off year, the year they don't have it in Jamaica, that's the year you have it in your region. So she had it this year because the biennial diaspora conference was held last year in Jamaica. So this is the off year. So fine, she has one. Guess what? No. He's asking her to have one in the year they're having the conference in Jamaica again. So now they're going to have two. They have one. That's not the policy. You have it in the off year. That's number one. That you're having a conference in the year that they're having the biennial, and that's not their policy. The policy is that you have it wherever you are in the off year. The year that we don't have one in Jamaica, you have it wherever you are. America, UK, Canada. That's one. Second thing is, he's inviting her to host a conference. Hold on. That's not the second thing. Let's go back. Let's go back to the inaugural Northeast Diaspora Conference. Where is the after action report on that conference? Where is the after action report? To whom was it sent? Did she send it to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade? And if she did, what did she send? We need to ask these questions and find out where you send them. What you said it was impactful. Okay, make us see the paperwork to show that it was impactful. And then, who did you send it to? Did you send it to them? Apparently, she sent it to them because he's asking her to host a similar conference. So what is it she's going to tell him now? Or what is it that she's going to do or say in the next 4 months that she didn't say 4 months ago? Remember now, 2 years go by and she never have a conference. She have the conference now because the election is coming up now. So she have it 4 months ago, right? Third thing, him out of order. The minister's out of order. He's rude. How him can assume that she's going to win the election? There's an election. How him can assume that he's going to invite her to set up plans for him for next year, and we're having an election this month, going into next month. Bombshells.
The man have foresight. What are you talking about?
Look, if he did have foresight, he would have tell him, so Melissa, come on them to do certain things. If he did have foresight, that's a foresight to be helpful. No, so how you can tell? Because here's one thing I'm telling you, my people. Through the grace of God and through your faith and belief and trust and confidence in me, if I'm able to secure this election, guess who's not having a conference in February of next year? The Northeast is not having one. No, because here's what happened. We will meet with the government at our convenience, not at their convenience. No, I have to come to you and say to all of you, listen, this is what's going on. We have a town hall meeting. This is what the ministry would like to do. And so what are the feelings? What are the issues to be raised and whatnot? And then if they said, no, we don't want to meet with them, then we just said, no, we're not having a meeting. That is the power of an independent diaspora organization, that you can speak to the government as an equal, not as a subordinate.
Mm-hmm.
Not them invite you and tell you how you invite somebody to that. I tell her, I'm inviting you, Ms. Tolonil, I'm inviting you to have another have a similar conference in February. Like, a foolishness that. But gets better. Look at during his official, so he's inviting her to have a conference, a similar conference, during his official visit to the United States. And here it is. His itinerary will commence in the southern region. So Jeffrey Tavares, prepare yourself, continue to the northeast, and conclude on the west coast before his return to Jamaica. No, why am I not so much hurry? Kevin, could it be that him have a function where him just want to use this for come? Could it be that him have family members up here who have a birthday party, or them have a celebration of some sort?
Who are paying for this?
Is the taxpayers paying for this?
Oh.
Taxpayers paying for this. By the way, people, we have another one, they might travel all over the place like it go out of style, Former Ambassador Audrey Mark, she was in Estonia the other day. I talked about e-government, and we're going to show you something. So e-government start way back when, from when I'm thinking like 2014 or something like that. Them start out something about e-government. We'll give it to you. We have all of the paper. We have the paperwork right here, right? And they must come and say the paperwork filed, because guess what happened? The paperwork is coming from the government itself. So they must tell us that the government tell we lie. That's what they must tell lie upon itself. That's what they must come and say. But why why the rush? They're having a conference probably in June. So he's coming in February for a conference that shouldn't be held. And then they're going to invite all of you guys to come down in June. No, it can't work so. No, here she said, no, the purpose of this correspondence is to apprise you that I will once again be seeking your valued partnership and support, blah, blah, blah. You know what she'll tell her now? She's saying there, I make up my mind, I'm going to have this conference. And you know, support it. Yeah, you must support it. And guess what, people? Guess who, if there's money to be spent for this conference, guess who are going to pay for it? Michelle Tolonil and Uno. The North is going to pay for it. The government is not paying anything. Not paying anything. And it should go on with a whole bunch of fluff language, right? So this don't mean nothing. Your expertise, leadership, and unwavering commitment to progress are highly respected. And if all these things were respected, you would have come to us and ask us. If they were, they're not respected. I know you think that's fool.
Yeah, read sorry, but no, yeah, read that. Take a look in the comments.
Oh, but you didn't sound too bright when she was on your program. Mike Reed, no, you can't vote for me. You're going to have to go vote for somebody. Mike Reed, I'm going to tell you next week who's running up in Canada. And then we'll go from there. But here's the thing, people. If you remember, she's been on the program twice. With the first time she came, she said people tell her don't come from a program unless you're prepared because of this and that. And we asked her about the terms of reference, and she couldn't provide adequate answers. She came a second time, and we went back and asked her about the terms of reference, and her performance did not improve. Now we invite her to come on the program, and she started coming up with a whole bunch of excuses. Producer Joan reached out to her and tell her to come on the program. Because here's what I would love, and I hope you people are open to ask for it. Make we do a town hall. Make all of the candidates them in the Northeast. Make we do a town hall, and then you get to choose who you want to represent you. Not Minister Terry Long, not Minister Johnson Smith, not Prime Minister Holness. Nobody in Jamaica is supposed to choose who will represent us in the diaspora. None of them. She's not, and Johnson bless. Oh, just Sandy, let's say, them sit upon the program. She online said, she said it was a movement. And when we ask her question about the movement, it is not supposed to be a movement. A global Jamaica Diaspora Council is supposed to be an organization to represent us. The movement, you see what they do? They're moving away from us when it comes to certain things like this. They're moving away from us.
But Provost,
people understand this. They decide, they decide the voting process, In fact, they have some people here right now in the Northeast where I try to give me problems, but like OT would have said, she remind me, that me say, all I have is time. So I can go and play the games. All I have is time. So I can go and play the games. That's all I want to do. Go and play games because I have time. And I will play the games with them, and I'm going to beat on that in a game. I'm going to be. So that's why people may ask now for go and nominate me, because you see, when they reject my nomination, they have to go reject all of your nominations. And guess what happen? Can't work. Can't work. So they have to go try to find a way to disqualify me. That's what they have to go try to find a way.
Yeah, because your optional buyer not included. You're disqualified.
Yeah.
Your optional buyer has not been submitted, so you're disqualified. That's how it is.
Do you know what, Kevin? We never go about that touch Minister Tufton today. I'll leave ZAHRA if she come to it. If ZAHRA not come, then we touch it. Kevin, just show me which part the terms of reference and somebody just show the people. Let me start out and show them some things.
In Tufton. Wait, the diaspora terms of reference?
Yes, sir.
Oh, in the diaspora tab.
Right, yes.
Well, my.
Oh yeah. That's it. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Terms of reference. All right, I'm gonna show you something. This is a sec. Oh no.
Wait, the two of them in there. The new one on the.
Yeah, but we get. Then kick me out again, Kevin. Then kick me out.
Oh.
That's the first one. All right, hold on. The diaspora. Hold on. Let me get the. Hold on. All right. Yeah, Kevin, bring me back quickly. Bring me back, my brother, please.
All right. So there's a question. Can immigrants vote too?
Yes. Anybody can vote. If you have a visa, if you have a B1, B2, you have to be living here, I guess. But if you're an immigrant, if you live here, yes, you can vote. If you have a green card, you can vote. If you have a H1B, you're living here, you can vote. If you have a B1, B2, it might be problematic because they say that you're only here on vacation.
Vacation.
Yeah. And if you're a student here, yeah, you can vote. And if you're over 19,
over 18, you can vote.
Over 18, then you vote for the council. If you're under 18, then you vote for the youth council.
I should say 18 and over, yes. Let me refresh and bring you back in, Provost. I don't know what is going on with the connection today. Something special today. I don't know. Maybe we should have worn jackets. If we had worn our jackets, then we'd have stayed on. I don't know.
No shit, you know. All right. I'm going to show you something. The first thing I'm going to show you, to show you that these people are numbskulls. And I really mean that. I really mean that.
With all your heart.
All right. Let me show you something. Let me show you. Let me just go down to the very last page and show you how them control it. All right. Here we go. Bam. All right. This is the membership of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. All right. Let me grab from a thing, walk on through it. Never planned for do this today, but I say it go. Now, here it is right here. The total, 28 members. Just remember that, 28 people. Right? And here's how you get the 28. You have 14 people elected and 14 people appointed. Right there. Right? Use my robot. Okay, there we go. Now, here's who them appoint now. They appoint somebody in Africa, Asia, Caribbean, one person from all of these places. And then they have something called sectors. So these are people with a particular expertise, right? And then look at them do. Them have one discretionary member. It's at their discretion who them see it right, so their discretion who that person will be. So they appoint 14. Now here's a 14 elected over that side there, right? Here's a 14. Canada, 4 people. They have 2 members and 2 youth council members. The UK, they have 2 members and 2 youth council members. And the USA, we have 3 members and 3 youth council members, right? So that adds up to 14. Yeah, on the with me so far. So here it is now, 14 and 14. But look who them not count. Right up here, so. Sita, who run the whole thing? Sita, the chair. Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade with responsibility for diaspora affairs. And we're going to show that to you later on. Right? See him over here, so. Again, it's so important to get named twice. See me? Over here, so again. Now, I'm going to show you something. All these people are cruel and wicked. Look what them do down here, so. You see this right here? Let me big this up for now. You see this? The founding leadership of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Youth Council will be what?
Appointed.
You see? Remember what I said at them sure said them elected. When them started in 2020, see what them say? The founding leadership will be appointed. And after this first term, election will be used. So when them start with them appointed, no, we could count them now, how much people, we could go back and count now. Right? Remember that on this side, they have 14 that they appoint. No questions asked. They have 14. On this side, the left side, over here, this side, right, this side here, right? They have 2 youth council members in Canada. They were appointed when they started out, right? They have 2 in the UK. They were appointed. And then they have 3 in the US. They were appointed. So 7 out of the 14 on this side. 3 from the US, 2 from the UK, 2 from Canada. They were what?
Appointed.
As Sita, they were appointed. So 14 and 7 are how much? 21. We have 28 members. So out of the 28 members, they appointed 21.
And there's the chair.
And they have the chair. And the person who them, oh, we're not done yet. Hold on, Kevin, man. Kevin, you're starting up, man. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind that of the 28 members in this organization, 21 of them in 2020 were appointed. 21 out of the 28. All right. Now, look here. Let me show you something. Let me show you something. We show you them all them people are I tell you, say, my mother never waste her money, you know. My mother did not, my mother and father did not waste the money. My community did not waste the support that they gave me. My teachers did not waste their time. And all of the people who are responsible for me being here today talking to you, they did not waste their time. Look at this. Them said, look at this, right? The chair, remember who's the chair, you know? Right? The chair, which is Mr. Terrelong, may terminate the appointment of any member. Not the diaspora who elect you, you know. The chair can terminate you. But look what I'm saying. That breaches the standard of conduct outlined at 9.1 and 9.2 and 10. People, there is no 9.1, 9.2 and 10 in this document. We can't show no.
First of all, Mr. Rattigan, sorry, Provost.
Yeah.
Which document is this that you're showing?
I'm showing them this document, sir. There it is, terms of reference. There it is, Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, terms of reference. And by the way, see the big old Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade logo over here, so, right? But they mention right down here, they mention section 9.1, section 9.2, and section 10. See it right as well.
And this is section.
See it right here, right? And then if you go through this document, there is no section 9, there is no section 10. Go through it and look. I dare you to defy what I'm saying. There is no section 9, section 10. People, them take with a fool. Watch ya now. I'll show you something. Watch ya. I'll show you something. Hold on. Here's a section 9. Here's a section 9. And here's section 10. But look on the top of the document. A different document. It's a different document. The fool, them cut and paste and set up the other document. And you know why them set up the other document, people? This is the first document, you know, with a section 9 and a section 10. They may not so much hurry for change it that them go and them create this one, you know. See top there. Let me show you the. There's the top. All right, let me show you the other one. See the other one there, you know. See the first one there.
Minimize that a little bit. Give a wider shot. Yeah.
And this is the first one. This is the second one. Let me minimize
that one too.
Yeah. That's the second one. Here is the first one. That's the first one. This is the one with section 9, subsection 1, subsection 2, and section 10. This is the second one, and it now have no 9 and no 10, but then reference it. Because
which is the current one.
This is the current one. Because it's a 9 and 10. The first one have 9 and 10. This one has no 9 and 10. Because what them do is them go inside there and them are cut and paste. But here is why. Here is why them do it, people. Here is why I think them do it. Here is why I think them do it. Let me show you something. Let me show you something. Where it is.
36.
Here's why them do it. Here is why. Them take Mama Rattigan feed that to know, Kevin. But the mistake when them do that. Here's why them do it. Look at that. Let me make it bigger. Those of you who remember what happened last year? When you remember what happened last year?
A lot of people don't remember, and some of them weren't here.
Okay. Last year we had 4 protests in the US. 2 in New York, 1 in Miami, 1 in DC. This new document them put out, Kevin, you see what it says? Members of the council shall not establish any structure, association, or entity in the name of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, or which is established specifically in their capacity as members of the council. That is not in the first one. Because you know what happened last year, folks? In addition to the 4 protests, we registered the name. We said to them, If at your organization, then fine, register it. If you don't register it, we will register it. And we register it. And guess what? Up to now, they haven't taken steps to register the name. They have not. So this is why
because it is already registered.
It's already registered. This is why them come up with it, right? This is why them come up with it. With a new one, and now them reference section 9, subsection 1, subsection 2, and section 10. And those two sections are in the previous. So that's what them do. But here's what we do now. Here's what we do now. Let me show you something here, people. This is a new one. This is a new document they have, right? Look at the highlighted area. It is important to note that the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council is not an arm of the government of Jamaica. So them say it's not our organization. It's not us. Consequently, the views expressed by council members do not represent the views of the government of Jamaica. You see how poorly written this is? You see how poorly written this is? So them say, listen, it is not our organization. So if you go out and you talk about it, it doesn't represent our views. And then go on to say, it's only advisory in nature. And you make recommendations for consideration by the government. Now look here. Remember now we know it's not an arm of the government. Look at this. Go back down. All right, here we go. Look at this governance structure. Remember now, it's not an arm of the government, right? Here it is. See what that say? I wonder if you can see what me I see here. See that? You can see that, Kevin? Kevin gone. All right. Says governance structure. See that? The Global Jamaica Diaspora Council will be led.
Big and bold.
Will be led and supported by 4 individuals. 4 people running this organization that is not an arm of the government. And who are the 4 people running this organization? First one, the chair will be the minister in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade responsible for diaspora affairs, government official. The second one, a vice chair, will be a vice chair appointed from among, a vice chair appointed from among the diaspora members. Skip that one. We'll get back to the vice chair. So the chair is Mr. Terrelong, Minister Terrelong. Then we have the Under Secretary for Diaspora Protocol and Consular Affairs. That's another government official. Then we have the Director of the Diaspora Affairs Department in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. That's a third government official. That's 3 out of the 4 people leading and supporting this thing. Who's the fourth? The fourth is a diaspora members that is appointed. Then put the person there. So for all intents and purposes, the government is running this thing. Even though it's telling you that it's not an arm of the government. They're telling you in plain, simple language right there, the governance structure, that we are running this thing. They run the election, and they have a whole section on it about how you go. They run the election. They also run what the agenda is going to be like. Let me show you something else. Look at this. The chair is going to provide leadership. The chair. Look, I'm going to show you something here. Hold on. Duties and responsibilities of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. And here's what it says. It says that you are to look at the priorities of the government. What government? Not the US government, not the UK government, not the Canadian government, not where you live. what the Jamaican government, you members of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, you have to work on what we tell you are our national development priorities. It's right there. It's right there. Let's quote this out some more. And everywhere you look, you see Jamaica all over the place. It doesn't say anything. It says one thing about the diaspora, and I'm going to show you what it says. Look at this. You have to have quarterly meetings. They say they're going to have quarterly meetings. And when you have quarterly meetings, who going to talk? Who going to raise the issues? Here it is right here. Ministry of Foreign Affairs identifies priority policy, strategy, and programmatic issues, which they submit for discussion. The ministry is going to do that. Oh, hold on. I see that we're joined by ZAHRA, so I don't want to take up, I don't want to eat up the time. But people, I want to show you something else. Look at this, and I want all of you in the diaspora to tell me. I want you to tell me, and I asked this question previously. It says that the National Diaspora Policy articulates the government's firm commitment to address issues that affect the well-being of the diaspora. So they said in their policy, not the terms of reference, that they're coming up with this thing to help the people in the diaspora. And look what it says right here. While assisting them to prosper in the countries where they and their descendants reside. Now, I want all of you to be honest and tell me, how many of you have prospered as a result of what the Jamaican government did in relation to this terms of reference and the policy? How many of you? Just tell me how many of you have prospered. How many of you? I would hazard a guess that very few, if any, of you can claim prosperity saying that the government did this. But you know what? That's where we're going to end this today, because we are joined now by none other than investigative reporter out of Jamaica, ZAHRA BURTON. Now, we just want to thank her in advance because we know that she's working on a bunch of stories that are critical to the crisis in Jamaica, the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa. And so she didn't have to be here, but she has taken the time out to be here. And so we have to respect that. And here we go. ZAHRA, welcome.
Thank you for having me. Hello, listeners and viewers.
Welcome back, ZAHRA.
Well, ZAHRA, I'll just have you know that this week I spent a great deal of time looking at two issues. I spent a great deal of time looking at the hurricane before and after, and what it means to Jamaica, and how we can provide support to our people, and how we can exert some oversight to ensure that whatever we're sending to Jamaica through the government will get delivered to the people in need and not be diverted, because we have had a history of things being diverted. And in fact, we had Patrick on earlier. We talked about it last week, about the 300 and something plus thousand US dollars that we collected in the diaspora as a result of COVID. And to date, we don't know where that money is. Over 300,000 US dollars, and we don't know where it is. So there's history of that. And, history is replete with examples of that, I'm sure. But let me just back up and say, I'm sure about that one that Patrick mentioned. So I'm trying to explain to our people that there's a connection, because there's something called procurement. And it is going to happen now that they're going to issue these emergency contracts, these one-off contracts, or contracts to people, and for good reason, because truly there's an emergency. But it's connected to the Minister Tufton's situation. And I went back and I examined the whole scenario. I spent a great deal of time on it. And I think now I have the full picture. And when I say full picture, I'm not only talking about Minister Tufton, Miss McDonough, the permanent secretaries, including the one that was acting, the person who was in charge of the procurement, the commission, Public Procurement Commission, which was called the Contract Something Commission previously, the ministry, all the people in the ministry involved with this. I've looked at every single one of them and their statements. And I've also looked at the Integrity Commission. And it is my considered belief, judgment, that the Integrity Commission should be paused, should be put out of commission a little bit, just a little bit, so that people can really examine. Now I understand why some people in Parliament want to examine them. I want to examine them too, because it is my belief that they violated their own law. But that is not why you're here today. That you're not focused on that. You're focused on something else. So I'll just let you focus on what you're here to focus on. So without further ado, ZAHRA.
No, remember that I had actually talked through exactly what I was focused on last week, which was indeed the procurement that was done to give Market Me different contracts in part for Jamaica Moves, which was, the face boy was Minister Tufton. And you were the one that said that you had a bunch of notes that you wanted to go through, and therefore you wanted me on the show as you went through, I thought, those notes. So it's for you to tell me what you have up your sleeve. I had wanted to maybe go through the section.
Say no more. Say no more, because one thing we full of Rona is lyrics. We full of lyrics, Rona, so we no short of lyrics. Kevin.
You just bust him with ZAHRA. You just bust him with all the way.
Pull up Integrity Commission report. Pull up the one, the 3 or 4 page one for me, please. ZAHRA, sit still and watch this, ZAHRA. Sit still and watch what we have to do to them now. All right. We need not touch Minister Tufton yet, We are going to touch the Integrity Commission that I believe should be paused. Them should be put in a corner and examined thoroughly. Which part is that, Kev?
IC.
Oh, sorry. I see. I don't see.
Incidentally, I don't agree with you.
That's fine. You're entitled to your opinion, even though it's incorrect. That's okay. Which part is that, Kevin?
IC is.
I don't see. Which part is it?
Okay, IC is beside. Yeah, IC is beside Terralang. Beside Tufton, sorry.
Oh, this one right here.
Yeah.
There's a 3-page document. Oh, wait there. Hold on there.
Yeah, man, it's in there. And people, let me go ahead and warn you. These two fight like siblings.
Yeah.
So be prepared.
Yes. Believe me. I call her Z. Z and I, we disagree on a lot of things. We agree on some things, but we disagree, and we disagree with vehemence. I mean, if you listen to the conversation, sometimes you want to come in and part with, because you hear a while ago, I don't agree. I'm saying,
and then that happens. That happens.
You it, man. You it. Oh, wait there, Kevin. We can't find it, brother. This is the annual report. I don't want the annual report.
Actually, that particular document is in Tufton's tab.
Oh, Tufton. All right, let me go to
Yes,
Tufton.
it is actually in Tufton's tab.
All right, let me close Integrity and then go to Tough. We have to, hey, Kevin, remember now we have to say Minister Tufton, we're very respectful around here.
Sorry.
All right.
Sorry, Minister Tufton, because I didn't know that was on your birth certificate. But sorry, I apologize. I respect your position.
Right. Here we are. Now, you will recall on numerous occasions where you have heard that investigations conducted by the Integrity Commission cannot be discussed or won't be discussed until after the report is tabled. You've heard that. You've heard that on many programs, including this program. And the citation for that is Section 53(3) of the Integrity Commission Act of 2017. Let me show you what it says. It's right here. Dig it up. There we go. That's 50. I don't know if you can see it. Hold on. Boom. You can see that, ZAHRA?
Yeah.
Yes? No?
Yes.
Okay, good. It says right here, under the, where it seems like I was trying to redact. Wasn't redacting, it was printed and it was colored, and then when you print black and white, this is what comes. What it says, the section is restriction on disclosure, meaning when you can't talk. Now, let's go to 53(3), and you've heard it quoted so many times by different people. Here it is.
Yeah. On the, yeah, go ahead.
See what it says right there, 53.3? It says, until the tabling in Parliament of a report under Section 36. And Section 36 is just a section that gives them the right to look into all kinds of things, right? It says, all matters under investigation by the Director of Investigation or any other person involved in such investigation shall be kept confidential, and no report or public statement shall be made by the Commission or any other person in relation to the initiation or conduct of an investigation under this Act. No, the way I read this, my interpretation of this is this. Here's the key phrase. And let me just tell you that again. It is my considered judgment that this is a poorly drafted statute. I won't ask ZAHRA to agree or disagree.
No, that I agree with.
That it's poorly drafted.
Yeah.
Okay. Now here's what it says. It says all matters under investigation by the direction. The key word here is under, meaning that it's ongoing. All matters under investigation. You can, by the Director of Investigation, that you can't talk about it. So my interpretation is that, what if the investigation is complete? What if it's finished? What do you do then? And people have interpreted that to mean, no, you still can't talk about it until this one right here, until it is tabled in Parliament. I disagree with that interpretation, because it says under investigation, meaning it's continuing. Anything that's ongoing, you can't talk about it. But once it's finished, you can talk about it. But here's what I'll do. I'll give the people who say, no, you can't talk about it until after it's tabled. I'll give them that. Forget about my interpretation. Forget about my interpretation. I'll say, okay, until it's tabled, until Parliament has tabled it, you can't talk about it. Now, let's go to another section right there. Here's another section right here. This is section 54 now. It talks about the findings of the investigation, and it says, we're upon completion. And you notice, you know the difference. So the first one, it says under investigation, and this one says completion of investigation.
Yes, that's a very different word. Yeah.
Okay. So you see, Miss Rattigan never waste our money in our son go to school though. So this is what it says when it's completed and it's satisfied that reasonable grounds for suspecting that blah 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 blah. Here's where they said if you think that it's a breach of a code or conduct by a public official or a parliamentarian, this is what you do. In the case of a parliamentarian, you recommend it to the commission, to be referred to the Speaker of the House. Right? I'm setting this up, people. I'm gonna get to details, but I'm just setting the parameters. So if you find after you complete your investigation that a parliamentarian breached a code of conduct, then you have to refer it to the commission, and then they refer it to the Speaker of the House or the President of the Senate. What if you find that the parliamentarian broke a law? Here it is. It says, if there's an act of corruption or an offense under this act, what do? You recommend it or you refer it to the Director of Corruption Prosecution. So let's make that clear. If it's a breach of conduct, some house rules or something, then you just send it to the Speaker of the House and say, for whatever action you deemed appropriate, you want to discipline this person, it's fine, no problem. But if you find that there was an act of corruption or an offense under the Integrity Commission Act, then you have to refer it to the Director of Corruption Prosecution. All right? Now, let me see what else do I have here before we go to it. Here's what it says also. It says, where the Director of Investigation finds that the matter does not constitute an act of corruption or any wrongdoing, he shall recommend, this is the one, to that the person who was the subject matter of the investigation be publicly exonerated of culpability. Right? So this is saying, if the Director of Investigation finds that the investigation was without merit, that it didn't give rise to an act of corruption or any, right here, any wrongdoing. Remember this word, any, right? Any wrongdoing. Then he has to tell the commission that we have to apologize to this person publicly, unless the person says, I don't want a public apology. and then that's fine. Now, what you're going to find is that the spin master, the man who claims that he's an expert at marketing, Mr. Tufton, that he didn't do this. How can you claim that you're exonerated? You did nothing wrong, and then you don't ask them you don't ask for an apology? Because the law says if you didn't do anything wrong, you're supposed to apologize to you. But he didn't do that. He didn't do that. No. Let me see what else is down here. And it says, it starts saying that if you work for the Integrity Commissioner, if you're involved with this thing, again, see the words secret and confidential. They use it loosely in Jamaica, but that's what it says right there. That if you work with that information, you can't talk about it. You can't tell anybody. Here it is right here. You know, I don't even have to read it. It basically says that if you're working with this information, you can't tell anybody, because remember the basic rule, 53.3, until it is tabled in Parliament, right? No. Let's go to the report itself. Kevin, where you there? Me get kick out. Kevin, they might try to stop you from doing the thing, I know, people.
My there, man, my there.
Get that quick, please.
Let me just refresh and bring you back in.
Oh, let me get up then. Go ahead. All right.
Okay. Here we go. Because he's been waiting for this to do this segment, you know, from last week.
Yeah.
Go ahead and jump back in, Mr. Rattigan. You're not in. You're not in.
Sorry. All right.
Okay,
We
there you
have 53 saying you can't talk about it. We have 54 saying that, hey, if you find out, and you have to apologize. And we have another section saying that if the person is a parliamentarian and it's a breach of conduct, then you just refer to the speaker for action necessary. We have all of that. That's the base. That's the foundation we're going to work from. Now let's apply the law to the facts. Remember now, people, that one of the things we hear, I've heard it, was, if you remember when the Prime Minister's 28 bank account thing came out and Nationwide spoke about it, they were saying, oh, there's a leak. How did this get out? And if you recall, with the Minister Tufton investigation, it is reported that he came out and he said something ahead of the report being tabled. And people are saying, how him get that information? Somebody's leaking. Well, I am here to tell you who the leakers are, or who the leaker is. I'm here to tell you. Not only am I going to tell you, I am going to show you. I'm going to show you that you must never, after this point, never raise that point about things being leaked, except in the case where it is referred for prosecution. If it's referred and prosecution, and they're so loose with the language, because they said that if a matter is referred for prosecution to the corruption prosecutor, then certain things we won't do. They didn't mention the DPP. They did not mention the DPP. Why? Because it makes absolutely no sense. But here's what I'm going to show you. Here we go. Boom, at the stage. Oh, Kevin did this, people. Kevin said that the people, and I think this is Mr. Dunstan, whatever I'm named. Somebody called Dunspot. Somebody said Dunspot. But here's why. This man, I think, is now in the US studying, I think, on his PhD. And I think this is his, I believe this is his statement. It's Mr. Dunstan Brian, by way of his statement. And we found this one here. Envelope, you see right here, we put envelope. And I don't know how the Integrity Commission ever get it and put SIC next to it, meaning that's a mistake. But there it is, envelope. Envelope is spelled with an E at the end. This envelope means to cover. Envelope, that should be there when it says a 2 envelope method. That is a paper container where you put a letter in. ENVELOPE. That's envelope. ENVELOP means something completely different. And believe me, people, the reason why I point this out to you, I've seen cases where a seemingly innocuous mistake like this caused people either their freedom or cause money to be paid in a civil lawsuit. I've seen it. And this is the best that we can do right now. But here is something I'm going to show you. Stay with me. All right. So the Integrity Commission went and they talked about the investigation. And here it is, the report that they sent. Here's the report they sent. All right, here's the recommendations. And they're talking about the permanent secretary. And they're, oh, by the way, they mentioned this, that they couldn't bring action against the permanent secretaries because here it is. Here it is. Hold on a second. Where is it? Where is it, ZAHRA?
In terms of what? Couldn't bring action.
One where they said that they couldn't bring it because they didn't have the thing from the contractor general. What they call it? The
requisition.
Requisition, right. Let me show you something right there. Where is it? You remember the section?
Okay. One moment. I will have to try and pull it up, okay? Because I didn't know I was...
No. If you didn't know, no, that's fine. No problem. We'll find it. It's here.
No,
it's
no, I'm going to get there. I'm going to get there. It's no problem. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay, I get there.
That's all right. He didn't know he was going to go there either.
I didn't know I was going to.
All right, here we go. The requisition stuff.
Yeah, what section?
Page 77.
77?
Yeah.
Okay. One section. One more. All right, here it is right here. All right. People, I want you to look at this. Look at the Integrity Commission. Look at what they said. They said, let me big it up here. Come on. Kevin, it's gone.
You gone?
Hold on. Right, this Kevin? No. It get deleted, Kevin. You can bring it back for me?
Wait, you or the article?
No. The report. Is it this? Yeah, no, here it is. All right, here it is. It says,
okay.
All right. I was just trying to make it bigger so that people can see. All right. See what they say right there? It says, notwithstanding the foregoing, notwithstanding all the evidence we just presented, there are certain evidentiary gaps of a technical nature.
Yeah.
Which would militate against a referral to the Director of Corruption Prosecutor at this time. They're saying we have some evidentiary problems that we can't really give it to the prosecutor. First of all, the gentleman who wrote this is not the prosecutor. Let the prosecutor do what the prosecutor is supposed to do. Refer it. But he said he's now playing lawyer and he's now playing prosecutor. He said, we believe that it would militate against it and therefore we're not going to do it at this time. Here's where it gets specific. More particularly, the requisition apparently issued by the Office of the Contractor General to heads of ministries, departments, and agencies requiring the submission of details of contracts issued by said entities on a quarterly basis to that office and the necessary proof of service are not available to the DI. Here's what happened, people. They're saying that the Office of the Contractor General sent out something to all the ministries, agencies, and ministries, agencies, and departments saying, if you have a contract, if you issue a contract more than a certain amount, it has to go in a database, and it's quarterly, a database that you must put that thing in. You must put that thing in, right? And they said we don't have the information that it was actually sent. So what they're saying is that we know it was sent, but we don't have proof that it was sent. Now, people, first thing, let me read something. I didn't even bother put this up, Kevin, because I didn't know that ZAHRA will pull a fast one for me today, you know. I should have known ZAHRA that going to do it, you know. Here.
In what way?
It's all right. Hold on.
Oh, ZAHRA.
By the way, all right. By the way, ZAHRA, do you know who was the contractor general when this thing was initiated?
When what was initiated?
The requisition thing, the quarterly base.
I think it's the same. Christie, I think.
You're absolutely correct. It was Greg Christie. And who is Greg Christie? What position does he occupy today?
He was the executive director.
Until recently.
Yeah.
Until recently. When this issue came up, he was the executive director, I believe. He had a high-ranking position at the Integrity Commission. And I'll read you what he said to Parliament when this database was put into effect. He said, the Office of the Contractor General's QCA's zero tolerance policy dictates that a failure or refusal on the part of any public body to comply with the OCG's QCA requisition results in the automatic referral of the head of the delinquent public body to the Director of Public Prosecutions for criminal prosecution under Section 29 of the Contractor General Act. No exception to the application of the policy has ever been allowed by me in the 4 years that the policy has been in force. That was the man who recently left the Integrity Commission. So when they tell me right here, people, I know a little bit about evidence. There's something called the best evidence rule, meaning that if you don't have it on paper, you can have someone come in and testify. When they tell me that it's not available, it would have been so easy for them to say, Mr. Christie, you issued this requisition. You said it before Parliament right here. So can you come in and since we can't find it, which is nonsense. It's nonsense. Can you issue something like that to every ministry, agency, and department and you can't find it? But let's say we can't find it. Well, guess what? You have a live body who was responsible for issuing the requisition. So you have him come in and say, and then they ask him about this. I have the document. They have him come in and testify to this and say, but wait a minute, Mr. Christie, you testified in front of Parliament about this QCA and the consequence of not filing in a timely fashion, didn't you? Yes. First of all, you hand him, Mr. Christie, what is this? And he said, it's my statement before Parliament. Could you please read section blah, blah, blah? What does it say? So how them tell me, say, how is this pertinent? Say, it's not available. What do you mean it's not available? That's foolishness. That's foolishness, Integrity Commission. Come on. That's foolishness. No. Let's get to the part about them leaking stuff, about stuff going out. I remember now we said that Minister Tufton, I believe, made some statements or statements were made on his behalf about the investigation, right? Now, here is something that you would never see in the FBI. You would never see this. Okay, let me hide it a bit. Let me take it off a bit before we get into this. When you investigate somebody as the subject of an investigation, you never bring the person in and say, let me tell you what we found out about you. This is after this is when you complete your investigation. The only time you do that is when there's something called a proffer session. And what that means is that you've got so much goods on the person that you say, listen, it's better for you to plead guilty and become and provide assistance to the government to go after the co-conspirators. So you bring the person in and you say, okay, tell us now what's going on. That's the only time you do that. And you bring that in when you're going to use it as a hammer against the person. You don't bring the person in and just talk to the person and just tell them, oh, this is what we did and blah, blah, blah. Here's what happened. All of you concerned about leaking, take a look at this.
Are you going to the section where he
Here it is. You see what it says right here in the report? Post-investigative action, meaning after the investigation over, this is what we did. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. May I get too carried away? You know. All right, see that, people. You see what it says? Post-investigation action, meaning this is after the investigation is over. They're saying this is what we did. What did they do? Look at that. The very first sentence, people. Very first sentence. It says, as part of the commission's policy, not as part of the Integrity Commission's law. Policy. Law trumps policy every day of the week, right? Because guess what? One person can't change policy, no one person can't change law. It take a parliament, it take the attorney general, it take parliament, senate, House of Representatives, governor general, and the minister to create law and to make the law effective, because without the minister signing off on an effective date, that is no law. And if a law is not in effect, it's not law. And ZAHRA and I will talk about this, and next week I'll walk you through the civics part of it. But here is what it says right here. It says, as part of the commission's policy, to do what? To share the findings and recommendations of the director of investigation with persons in respect of whom adverse findings are made during the course of an investigation. People, how you can share information with people who you have adverse findings against. Them, when you say that, them people are not innocent. Adverse findings means you're not innocent. It means we found something dirty on you, right? And you go and sit and you share it with them. And look on the exception. It says, except for matters referred to the Director of Corruption Prosecution. Didn't say DPP. They know about the DPP. They didn't put that language in there. And look what follows. The DI invited the following persons to a meeting with whom the findings and recommendations made herein, meaning everything what you see inside us, so what we have as findings and recommendations, we shared it with them. Here it is right there, not blue. Here it is. And who did they share it with? Look on the first name. The Honorable Christopher Tufton.
Yeah.
Now keep in mind, this was before it went to Parliament. Before it went to Parliament. Look on the next one. Dunstan Bryan. The man who I have some serious problems with some of the things that he did. He should have been prosecuted under what Mr. Christie said. Because guess what? There was a huge contract for 38 million that him claim him never knows it, never gone in the database. And it was his job to get it in the database. Mr. Errol Green, who I believe is still the permanent secretary, and then look on the last one, Miss Lindsay McDonough. That's the lady that Mr. Tufton, that both Mr. Tufton and this lady agree that they have a friendship. Right? And look at people. I can't make this up. If I tell me to make this up, I couldn't make it up. Look at this. The aforementioned individuals, meaning the four people I just mentioned, were given an opportunity to respond to the findings orally and in writing. Where you ever hear something like this? You find that they did something wrong, and then you tell them about your findings, you tell them about the recommendations, and then you say, by the way, if you feel like you don't want to give you a statement, give you a statement. Now, people, you know what's going to happen when you do that? You're going to get what we call in America exculpatory statements, meaning that the people I'm going to tell you say, you're wrong. Your investigation wrong. Everything that you did was wrong. That's what you're going to get. You don't give them a chance to come and say that. And then, to make it worse, look what the nincompoops over at the Integrity Commission did. Then attach it to the report as appendices. Then make the people them go write stuff, and then make the people them go write things, and I say, you guys are wrong, Integrity Commission. And look here, people. If you don't think I lie, me I lie. The first one was from who? Dunstan. Mr. Dunstan Bryan, former permanent secretary. And when him do, him write a 4-page document. And look what him say. Look what him say right here. In our green. Thank you, Kevin, for the green. Him say, you know what I'm saying? Him say, firstly, let me thank the Integrity Commission for the opportunity to share in the findings of the report before they are submitted to Parliament and made public. Look on that. 53, 3, 54, 56 people. I know me write this. This is Mr. Dunstan saying, thank you for sharing it with me before you get to Parliament and before you get to the public. You can't make this up. You cannot make this up. And him spent 4 pages going through that and it's, hey, by the way, I've read it. And I'm telling you right now, when right so is pure, unadulterated nonsense. Pure unadulterated nonsense. So people think about it now. Them tell them people before it got to Parliament and the public. So what do you think are gonna happen now? You think them just are gonna say we're not talking about it? Them never give them like one of them non-disclosure agreements saying you cannot talk about this after you've heard it. Them never give them that. So they had the freedom to go out and talk to whoever them really want to talk to. And I believe that is exactly what happened, because how else would the media know about this report here? Maybe there are other ways they could have known about it, but certainly this way was one of the ways that they found out about it. Now, look here now. Mr. Dunstan, him think him a bright boy, you know. So him go write this nonsense. An Integrity Commission, if you need help with training, if you need help with anything, you call me. Because I'm telling you right now, I've gone through the report and it's woefully inadequate. No,
yep, I agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, look at now. See right as I know, the lawyer for Mr. Tufton. Look at this. It says right here, based on the findings in the draft report, then give them a draft report as read to us. Them call them and tell them, this is Mr. Tufton's lawyer. This is Mr. Tufton's lawyer. Then we have another one down here. This one here. Oh, this is Miss McDonough's. This is her letter that she wrote, and she tell them, say, oh, you guys have you guys have it wrong. You guys have it wrong. So she made her statement here as well, right? And then the last one is a letter from I think he's the current he's Mr. Green. He's a current permanent secretary, right? And him said, "Wanna show me part of it." Look at this. Look at this. Thank you for the opportunity to extend it to me to meet with you on July 10th to discuss the findings made in relation to the caption thing. Look at this. During our meeting, extracts from the report, them take parts of the report relating to the findings and recommendations were read over to me. They never give them the full report, but them go over the hold on a second. It says, you advise that a copy of the full draft report or extracts therefrom could not be provided. Okay, they never give them the full report. But look here. Look here, my people. Look here. Look here. Look what it says. Look on the first sentence, as part of the commission's policy to share the findings and recommendations. And look at it down here, it says the following persons were invited to a meeting with whom The findings and recommendations made herein were shared. So they told them, no, you know what it says? It says that, remember, no, all of this information is what? Secret and confidential, and you can't report it. And if you do, you violated the law and you're supposed to be charged. So I want to know now, who's going to ask the DPP to charge them or ask the corruption prosecutor? Well, the corruption prosecutor, I don't think is in a position, it's not their remit to charge them for this. But I believe that the DPP can certainly charge them. Can certainly charge them. So the IC to me, and listen, people, I have 6 pages here. I've gone through this report, I think, more times than most people who have read it. Because I want to know what I'm talking about. I want to know what they said, right? And when I go through it, when I go through this report, I find that the Integrity Commission, and if you notice, by the way, I'm focused on the Integrity Commission today. I'm not focused on Mr. Tufton, Minister Tufton, and his friend, right? Here's what I found. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Here's what I found. I found that the Integrity Commission overlooked a lot of things. And as we would have said, them gave Minister Tufton a blie. Because, and I think this is one point that ZAHRA and I agree on. We may disagree on a lot of things, but I think we agree on this, that they laid out the case for him to be prosecuted. They laid it out saying he violated this law and that policy, and because they mentioned the handbook as a reference for the law. The law says, hey, if you need to know what the requirements are for certain things, go to the handbook.
For tender procedures.
The tender procedures, right. And when you went there and you look at what Minister Tufton did, the Integrity Commission laid it out, and then they said, oh, we're just going to make some recommendations, and nobody is going to prison or to answer for these charges.
Nobody's recommended for any charges.
Yeah, but here's my argument.
Everybody's good to go.
Yeah, everybody is good to go. But here's my argument.
No, why don't you just add that at the end as a sign, like his signature?
Everybody's good to go. All right. But ZAHRA, here's the thing. Here's the thing, Z. Here's the thing.
Oh my God.
I wouldn't stop there. They're good to go, ... for now. And here's why I put no. Because there's a certain section in the Constitution that speaks about the power and the responsibilities of the DPP. I know people are saying, nothing now happened. But here's what happened. The DPP can start a prosecution, can end a prosecution, or take over a prosecution. Since there was no prosecution here, the DPP can certainly look at this evidence and say, I find that there's enough here that we can move forward. The Constitution provides for that. And the Integrity Commission, I cannot remember the section, it says that the corruption prosecutor is subject to the Constitution, which says that the DPP is the supreme prosecutor in Jamaica. And if there's a disagreement between the corruption prosecutor and the DPP trumps. The DPP has the final say. We can still petition the DPP. I know it's far-fetched. But we need to let Minister Tufton, Miss McDonough, and the rest of them know that we are not giving up. I am prepared to write a letter to the DPP and lay out the case and say, you need to prosecute these people. The Integrity Commission has done half the work. They've done half, and they didn't even do it properly either. Because, by the way, ZAHRA, I have something here that I think you're going to find quite interesting.
which is
absolutely here that I think you're gonna find interesting. I went and I looked all over the place for a definition of conflict of interest, very revealing. And when I say conflict of interest, I'm talking about in Jamaican law. And it's funny because and it's funny because guess what? Even in the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council's terms of reference, there is a definition there of
conflict of interest.
Of conflict of interest.
Yes.
Oh, Kevin, I think you might have it. Hold on a second. I think you might have it. Yeah, I think you have it, Kevin. It's Zara, remember you and I, we were talking about, let me see if I find it here. We were talking about the date. The date that the 2015 and 2018, the law and the amendments took effect. Well, we can talk about, I'm going to talk about it next week because I know you're busy. You won't be back next week. But I found official documentation from the Jamaica Information Service saying that the 2015 Public Corruption Act and the 2018 amendment to that act took effect on April 1st, 2019. Not 2018. Not 2018, 2019. I have that information from the government.
But what is the significance of why you're pointing that out?
The significance of it is this. I also found out in the 2015 act, the Minister of Finance at the time was Mr. Phillips. And in that act, and it was confirmed in the 2018 amendment, you know what it says? It says, if you start to negotiate a contract before the new law took effect, and that contract was executed after the new law took effect, the law that governs is the old law. It says it's as if the act was never passed. So if you started, so guess what happened? All of those contracts in 2019 now, they fall under the 2008 law.
But we discussed that. You and I both discussed that from before now.
No, I have the, but now what I have is I have the authority. I have the authority now. I have it in the 2015 document and I have it in the 2018 document. So now we can go back and say, look, all of those contracts, and there were 15 contracts, 13 of which were recorded, 2 were not recorded in the quarterly database. And of those, only two contracts will fall outside the scope of the 2008 law. Only 2. And by the way, people, think about this. Think about this for a second. And we only have 4 minutes, 3 minutes. You have a law in 2008. And in 2015, they said, we're going to repeal that law. We're going to come up with a brand new law covering the same subject matters. So they passed that law in 2015. Then they get to 2018. And they have amendments to the law, the 2015 law. Because remember now, the 2015 and the 2018, they're trying to get rid of the 2008 law. But guess what happened, people? The 2015 and the 2018, they did not take effect until 2019. So guess what happened? The law that they were trying to repeal was still in effect all the way up to 2009, up to March 31st, 2019. You know why, people? Because you have an idea of a law. You bring it to the Attorney General, and he goes through the stuff to make sure that it's constitutionally sufficient. It doesn't violate the Constitution. Then it goes over to the House, and they have their debates and blah, blah, blah. And they vote. It goes to the Senate, and they vote. Blah. And so they have it's now a bill. they pass a bill. It comes out of the parliament. And where does it go? It goes to the governor general for what they call his assent, his signature, saying yes. And once he signs it, most of us would be under the impression that, yes, if he signed it on January 1st, it is the law on January 1st. I found out that not to be the case. It becomes law when the minister says the effective date is this. So the law could be signed by the governor general on the 1st of January, and the minister could say the effective date is going to be the 1st of February. Civics, people.
Can I just say this to you? And I think I raised this point, and I'll try and raise it very quickly because I realize you're out of time. I just want to make the point that the DI
Zahra.
And she's frozen.
Zahra.
stopped governing in
Zahra.
2000.
Start over. We missed all of that.
Yeah, the DI did what?
You started saying the DI.
DI in an email said to me that the public sector procurement regulations stopped being effective in February of 2018.
You're wrong.
Reason he said that, listen to why he said it first before he says. The reason he said that is that even though the Ministry of Finance is saying that April 1st, 2019 was when the 2015 public procurement regulations took place, he said in the law, the public sector procurement regulations of 2008 was under the Contractor General Act. And he says once the Contractor General Act was repealed, that means when the Integrity Commission law went into effect in 2018, that means that the public sector procurement regulations were also repealed.
You know the question I'm going to ask you. What was in effect then? There was no law then.
I asked and he didn't answer. So I expect that he's going to not answer, but I've asked now the Ministry of Finance what law governed public procurement between 2018 and 2019, March 31st. And I don't get no response.
No. It would be 17, the Integrity Commission Act, right? 17 to 19. Because the Integrity Commission Act did away with the Contractor General. Is that what you're saying?
He said that in an email.
Oh, he said that, not you.
I shouldn't say he said that. You know, the IC said that, but I know it comes from him. But anyway, let's say it the right way. The IC said that.
Either way, you see the kind of game they're playing, and they're getting caught. You see, but you know what they say? They say a lot of times it's not the crime, it's the cover-up. Because here's the thing: if he's going to make the argument that, guess what? The 2008 law was repealed by the 2017 Integrity Commission Act. But then if the 2015 and the 2018 did not take place until 2019, then the question is, what was in place during that time period when there was nothing there?
So the Finance Ministry in an email said that it was the public procurement regulations of 2008.
There you go.
But
there you go.
When I asked the question, the parent legislation was repealed in 2018. So how is it that the public sector procurement regulations of 2008 under the Contractor General Act, which was repealed, at least in part, because it seems like it was repealed in part, not fully, what was around? And they haven't answered me. So, I'm telling you, they're in a little bit of I think a time where they have to kind of sort themselves through to give me an answer. Maybe they have it, down pat. Maybe they can't deal with that right now because they're distracted with the whole situation with Melissa, which I get. It's a big situation. And incidentally, I just got word, by the way, sorry to end on a somber note, but I just got an email from the ministry and they confirm more deaths. Government of Jamaica confirms 28 Hurricane Melissa related deaths. So we were at 19, went up.
Yeah.
So it's letting you know, so Yeah,
Anyway.
sorry to end on that somber note.
No. That's all right. That's all right. It's
We should
reality.
share
We
it
have to
with
deal
you.
with it. We have to deal with it. In my 10 o'clock voice, let me say, Zahra, it's been a pleasure.
All right. Bye, everybody. If you wanted to see my analysis, by the way, of the whole IC report, you can go to the website. I have an investigative report there dealing with the IC's investigation into Market Me and some of the different things that I think maybe the DI could have done to explore possible charges. So you can critique me if you think it's wrong.
All right. Zahra, as always, a pleasure. Take care of yourself. Be
Bye,
well.
everybody. Take care.
All right. Folks, it's been another Reason with Rattigan University. I want to thank all of you for supporting us, for being with us, and continue to be with us. And please continue to pray. And if you can help in any way, shape, or form, we ask that you help. If it's only a prayer, if that's all you can provide to Jamaica and the Jamaican people, it's fine. It's accepted. It's accepted as if you gave us $1 million. But continue to pray. Continue to do what you can do. And please don't forget, at 10 o'clock tonight, I will be back. I'm going to play some sweet reggae music, some Hawaiian reggae music, some British reggae music, some nice reggae music. And we'll play some Afrobeats as well. So towards the end, you can dance as we prepare for Tufton. Again, it's been my distinct pleasure to have family members in the classroom. I look forward to seeing you tonight. Take care. God bless.
See for yourself.